nothing to it. Go ahead and bring Goliath on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you, I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcilable, so ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form, turn the L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those farewell to your opinions, know that he is so. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that though. Here we go.
I'ma show you who I am unbreakable. I'm a big gun, but still watch me escape.
Tonight on League Night, the Virtual Diplomacy League is down to its last 4 match days. Just 4 chances left for players to secure their place in the championship. Meanwhile, the 7 Years War League brings us English, German, and for the first time ever, a full game in Polish. Expect pierogies, polkas, and pączki. Good news. While real-world airspace has been messy lately, here, it's just armies and fleets. So take your kielbasa off the grill, raise a glass of Sobieski. This is League Night. And helping to join me on this broadcast, I'm really excited for tonight's show, tonight's hosts. First up, we have the venerable David Hood. David, welcome.
Brian, so glad to be here tonight.
And we also have, coming from one of the areas I spent a lot of time growing up in Central Texas, Ed Sullivan. Ed, welcome.
Hey, thanks. Happy to be here.
And coming fresh off a huge win, we are welcoming to our stream Zoe Cameron. Zoe, congratulations and welcome.
Thank you so much, Brian. It's always a pleasure to be here, particularly with such amazing analysts.
Well, thank you. Well, I guess I shouldn't say thank you. I'm the host, but I'll
amazing
take
host too.
And I will say, just tell me just a little bit, maybe 15 seconds. What was winning the Asia Pacific DipCon like?
Oh, absolutely surreal, Brian. Honestly, I came third in the Asia Pacific Championship last year. That was already totally surreal. I've been playing not that long, and this time, and to win by 1 point over Peter McNamara of all people. Sorry, Peter. It was really surreal. I think it's just about sunk in.
Well, I think everyone else but you was not saying sorry. We love Peter. He is, in my opinion, arguably the greatest diplomacy player of all time to play this game. Definitely in the top few. And for you to win, first of all, we're all happy to see someone else win, but also to win over Peter McNamara. That is quite the feat. Asia Pacific, in my opinion, this year, and I think our stats will help prove this out, that is probably the most competitive area of the world in the diplomacy hobby right now. So congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Brian, if you like that little teaser, this month's episode of Deadline will feature an interview with one Zoe Cameron, in which she goes in a little more detail about her APAC win.
Oh, that is fantastic. And keeping that DipCon love going, I'm going to be a little self-indulgent, talk about the big event that the Windy City Weasels, myself included, are putting on. We are hosting the North American DipCon, the OG DipCon. It's been running since, I believe, 1967. We are honored to be able to continue that legacy. And in the spirit of doing old things, I'm going to show off a little bit of Lady Razor art Matt Pinkard has put together for us that we're going to be doing using for the awards. So just take a look at that. We're going with an old school Chicago Olympic style sports, old timey sports with the Weasels. So really excited. Just got that art earlier this afternoon and cannot wait to get it on these trophies and get them put together. So yeah, that event is coming up October 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. The 2nd is kind of social events, and we're going to have some side events. DipCon is about celebrating all of diplomacy. And it's a celebration of the community and lots of ways to play, the diversity of play. And so we've got we're going to do a little mini Era of Empire tournament. We're going to have a 1862 variant going, and that's on Thursday and Friday. Then Friday night through Sunday, the big event kicks off for the North American DipCon Championship. So any other events that anybody would like to plug?
I suppose now's as good a time as ever to say I will be hosting a new tournament in Melbourne on the 18th and 19th of October. It's called the Flying Fox Fandango in honor of the Melbourne Megabats. Really, really excited to be a tournament director for the first time and see what you all go through. But seriously, we would love to have international visitors from around Australia. We already have at least one international player joining us. So please do consider coming along. Reach out to me, Gumblossoms on Discord, if you would like advice on how to make it happen.
And if
So
you want to find out a little more about that, there's a great article in the Diplomacy Briefing that just came out as well. So,
yeah, I was going to say the first weekend of October is the DibCon in Chicago. The third weekend of October is the Flying Fox Fandango. The weekend in between is the Heckstecken in Dresden, Germany, that Robert Schuppe is doing. So October is a busy time for face-to-face diplomacy. And then, of course, first weekend in November, we got the European Championship in the Netherlands. So it just keeps coming.
yeah,
Well,
and
I think you're forgetting about it. Some American tournament.
What? You talking about Carnage?
Yeah.
I was going to let you talk about that one, Ed.
All right. Carnage is, I don't know what weekend of October.
It's the fourth weekend of October.
yep,
Yeah.
October 24th. And not to be left behind, we also have Snake Pit Virtual League on October 26th. So it's packed. If you want to find out more, check out diplobian.com/schedule. We've got all the information there, links where you can sign up. And I'd be remiss if I did not also mention the European Diplomacy Championship November 7th. That is going to be a great time. And then we've got the World Diplomacy Championship in Greece in May of 2026. Even though I just realized our website has 2025. So I will take responsibility for that error and get it corrected. All right. Well, with that out of the way, we are going to take a look as usual with our first games of the Virtual Diplomacy League. The Virtual Diplomacy League is arguably the premier virtual diplomacy league in the world. It is designed for international play. There's time zones designed for all three of the major diplomacy regions. So a time zone that's designed to be optimal for Asia Pacific, for Europe, and for North America. And of course, players are welcome to play at any time zone. And we do see that from time to time with players playing at all hours of the night, getting their diplomacy on. Let's take a quick look at our standings. I'm going to go ahead and pull those up. And while I'm doing that, Ed, David, either of y'all want to kind of just, we're probably 3/4 of the way through the season now. We've just got 4 game match days left, including the one we're about to watch that's going on right now. What's been the highlight of the season for you?
Well, actually, there's been so many exciting games that I'm not sure I could really narrow it down. I will say this. One of the highlights for me has been that we've got some new names on this board that would not have been part of the contenders last season, much less the seasons before that. I mean, Claire, Joshua Crowther, David Samore. I mean, we've got some other players that, Justin sort of started coming on last year, but Christian Brown's been playing, for a while. Jason Gray's been playing for a while, but some of these other names fairly new, and that's very exciting to see that. And not just, playing, but doing well.
Ed, so anything y'all want to add?
19 boards by Justin Lohr. I mean, as someone who loves diplomacy, Justin, you got to get a life, man. Okay, like 19, like do other things. You're gonna burn out bad. That's been the story. That's crazy. But I would actually just want to say, like, for those just watching the beginning of the stream, learning about virtual diplomacy league, like, it's not too late to play. These are like the mountain stages of the Tour de France, really, at some level. December is too late to play. Okay. That's like when they're in Paris on the last day and there's, everyone's just trying to scheme for their little last place, or top board thing. But come on, enjoy October, November. The water's warm, I'm sure.
Not just the water's warm, but you can actually be competitive even starting late. Christopher Ward did that last year, got on the top board and didn't play until towards the end of the year.
Thinking about end of year debuts and regretting launching in November 2023 as my rookie season. I would like to reflect on, I've really enjoyed VDL this season, how it's been kind of informed by metas happening elsewhere. So I feel like we saw this big backlash against Austria at WDC, and then we saw a huge Austria month in VDL, and I don't think those two things are disconnected. I think we've also seen some interesting sort of tactics and openings coming in from Speedboat League. That's one that I'm aware of. Seeing Trieste loans an awful lot more, and seeing what happens when people who aren't used to Trieste loans get it forced on them unexpectedly. It's been really interesting to see those connections and those interplays for me personally.
For me, the big story has been we've just had a lot of movement in the standings, and it's been really, really fun to see these shifts month after month, and it could happen again. When the way the Virtual Diplomacy League scores is you've got, I believe it's 4 scores and then the average of the rest. So if you start having a lot of games like Justin Lohr, for him to go up, he is going to have to really, really go up in position. So with that, let's take a look at our Virtual Diplomacy League standings. First place, we do have Justin Lohr, a score of 466. It's going to be really difficult for him to improve on that. He's going to have some really big scores. But if you look at someone else like Zoe, for example, with only 3 games played, one more good score, that's going to count at 100%. And then another score could count as an average. So a lot more room for a player like that, or a player like Cody Miller with 5. Good odds that one of those 5 is probably not a great score, so it'll probably be replaced. So still a lot of room for movement, but this is the part every year where we do start to see a little bit more of some consistency. But let's take a quick look at our next players, as this is usually where the movement can happen. You'll have someone that'll start at the bottom. Ben, by the way, looks like we've still got to merge his 2 accounts. So he's got an old account and a new one that we need to combine together. So Ben's place is off, and therefore likely some of these other scores may be off as well. But Michalis, Jaden, Marcus, especially Marcus, there is a lot of room for movement. And like Ed said, if this is something you are curious about trying, definitely not too late to get in.
I think you have to go back to the first 10 and see how many of those are coming from the Asia Pacific, from the Australian hobby in particular. I think it's 7 out of the 10, right? I mean, that is astoundingly different from before, and awesome that we've got new blood coming in from that particular, as you said, hot part of the hobby, and not just playing face to face, but getting into VDL and doing well.
Well, we are going to start our game with the time zone that is designed to be optimal for that period of the world. So let's transition in to our first game of the night. Ed, we are going to give you the first break. And David, I'll have you lead us off with VDL 243, Bulgaria.
Oh boy, looks good. Austria, Aurora Lackmain, is that right, Zoe? Lackmain?
I believe
England,
so, yeah.
All right, England, James Denham, and France, Sebastian, Germany, Mortai Sikor, I'd say, or Sikor. Italy, Claire Bradbury. Russia, Jason Gray. Turkey, Joshua Crowther. So some new names to me, and some people that are very competitive. We've talked about Claire and Jason already, and Joshua already. So this should be fun.
Yeah, and we've seen these players play, but not many of us have had the opportunity to be alongside them on the game board. So Zoe, you know several of these players. Can you give us a little insight about what to expect?
Yeah, absolutely. So 4 Australians on the board. James is a Melbourne player. I believe this is his VDL debut. Welcome, James. We've had some fun boards together and some not so fun boards together. He can be a little bit chaotic, so I'm interested to see how that goes. Claire and Jason and Josh, of course, all very fierce competitors, particularly Jason, and he's got a solid spot in that top 7 to hold on to. He'll have something to prove tonight. Yeah, interested to see.
And I think Sebastian, if I remember the list correctly, Sebastian has 2 games. So for the way VDL scoring goes, Sebastian's score is going to go way up here. In other words, there's a lot of room for improvement on his overall score if you only have 2 games in the bag so far.
Absolutely.
I will definitely be watching to see Jason Gray. Is he going to be hungry to overtake that first place spot? Or is he going to be content that he feels confident in getting into that top 7 with that score? So will he be pushing, or will he be saying to his neighbors, well, he'll probably say it either way, I don't need to play for first, let me help you, but then we'll see whether that he follows through.
He may be saying that, Brian, but I don't think Jason Gray is a coaster. I don't see him being sort of a floating along on the river kind of guy. So we'll see how it goes.
We will find out in 1901. Here we go.
All right. One of my favorite openings for France, sending the 2 armies next to Belgium and putting the fleet in the mid-Atlantic, is what jumps out at me for spring 1901. Well, I guess what really should jump out is the fact that I missed that Germany sent the 2 armies east. I did that in my 3rd diplomacy game ever. I'm not sure I've ever done it since, but it's an interesting opening. Obviously, it's potentially a Western triple opening, although the France thing's you don't send both armies that way necessarily if you're Western tripling. Jason sends his army north for Russia. That's also big.
All right. I mean, jumps out to me straight away. Burgundy supports Tyrolia to Munich, so that's some France and Italy cooperation. That's going to be really frustrating and upsetting for Germany, who will probably be saying something like, hey, guys, I'm controlling Jason Gray for you. What are you doing? And what else are we seeing? France takes Belgium uncontested. That's lovely for them. We've got a convoy into Holland, which is interesting and a bit unusual for England. So that's 2-build England. That'll be lovely for them to start off their game right. And elsewhere, we're seeing a lot of expected things. I am noticing that Ankara has gone to the Black Sea and Bulgaria is supporting Serbia into Romania. So if I'm not much mistaken, that's actually Russia going down in 01 because they have lost Warsaw to Germany. Interesting start. Very interesting start.
To say the least. I'm not sure I remember the last time that Germany's center count at the end of the was Sweden, Warsaw, Kiel, and Berlin. That's not. Now, the other thing that jumps out at me just quickly, France putting the fleet in north coast of Spain. Either that's an oversight or it's very, very intentional. It's a sort of a pro-Italy move. But if I were James, I'm not sure I would like it very much.
James on watch, but not as much as Jason Gray. Jason perhaps saying, oh, I don't need to come in first. Everybody else is like, okay, sounds great. Let's do it.
Then you shan't come in first.
All right. Winner of 1901. Let you take a look at those adjustments, David. Call out anything that stands out to you.
After you put the fleet in the north coast, then you build Fleet Marseille. That is unusual, I have to say. I mean, really. The army build with the Turks in Ankara is interesting. I mean, I know you're going after the Russians here. That's why you went in the Black Sea and all that. But army build's pretty bold when your ally is supposed to be Austria. We'll see how the Italo-Turkish relationship goes here.
Yeah, if I were Sebastian, I don't know. I don't know what's going on this board, but Claire has such an easy shot to move in underneath the Turkish centers there. So Italy moving into Turkey. But that fleet in Marseille might put a little bit of pressure. So if we don't see that rotate around, that might slow Claire's tempo down a little bit.
You know, one other thing that I just noticed, folks, which is the way the English builds are flipped from what I would have expected. Fleet London really can't go anywhere but English Channel. That may be a reaction to Spain North Coast. Normally here, if it was going to be an EF, you would expect the builds to have been flipped there. Have the army build in London as a convoy unit and build the fleet at Edinburgh, go to Norwegian. So that bears looking at here in 1902.
Is this me or you, David?
Why don't you go ahead, Zoe?
Alrighty, so we see Russia supporting England into Sweden. So understandably, Jason is not that happy with Mordai and happy to work with someone who looked like they were attacking him to manage that situation. We also see Aurora taking advantage of the Russian chaos, moving to Galicia uncontested, taking Serbia, empty Serbia. I don't think we noticed that at the start, but interesting. Taking Serbia now and covering, making sure that there wouldn't be any issues with Turkey. I'm noticing Claire has convoyed to Albania from Tunis, so no love lost between Austria and Italy. Yeah, noticing Stephen saying IT, potentially. It is interesting to see that the communication between the AT, which seemed a little stronger in 01, does not seem to be as consistent here. We've got a missed support for Romania supporting something into Sevastopol, which did not go. We see Portugal being taken, and we see France moving to capitalize on that German downturn, shall we say. But we also see England taking their revenge for the egregious move to Spain North Coast. Fascinating. Okay. If it works, it works. I mean, London's gone to the English Channel. It's working, I suppose.
So maybe this is going to be England taking on F and G with a little help from the Russians. That's kind of what it looks like right now. Or maybe G's just not doing much because England's actually, well, maybe it's just a ER because England's giving Russia Sweden as well.
Yes, absolutely. It does seem like a bit of a top of the world. And I mean, when that works, that can be an extremely powerful alliance. So very interested to see. I'm loving the defense in the east with Moscow supporting Romania into Sevastopol and Black supporting Arm in, and beautiful. Jason holds on to Sevastopol. We love to see it. Elsewhere, Claire has taken Greece. Not great for Austria, who is going to stay level because they've picked up Serbia, but not ideal. You'd prefer to be going up one here as Austria, I think, considering the diplomatic situation. And Germany has taken back Munich, all is well.
Well, I guess Austria lost the fleet on purpose. You know, they could have retreated to Aegean, so they're going to build an army in Vienna or Trieste, it looks like. Germany's actually going up one, I guess we should point out.
They are indeed.
Steve, on top of that one, and Chris Kelly saying, is Munich the new Trieste loan? I would argue it's the old Trieste loan. That was a very old school way of doing things before Trieste became in vogue. So maybe we're bringing it back, or maybe people are trying it and finding out that there's a reason it wasn't in vogue anymore. We'll find out as we go into winter of 02. These all seem pretty reasonable to me. Zoe, what are we looking at in spring of 03?
All right. So first thing I'm noticing, oh my goodness, Fleet Liverpool that was built is moving down to Wales. English Channel is shuffling out and North's going to Helgoland. So I guess it's England's going all in on Germany, which made sense flowing on. But France is not happy about the turn from the previous turn and is taking advantage, as far as I can see, at least with Belgium, but also noting that move to Mid-Atlantic and the move to Wes, kind of hedging bets and defending against two players that are getting some serious ground. We see Turkey finally taking Sevastopol. Ouch, but fair enough. And Claire and Josh are working together, so good call on the IT, honestly. That does seem to be moving in that direction, and Aurora is going to struggle a bit more now, particularly with Jason losing a bit of that position down south. Still seeing ER Corporation, which is interesting and cool. Denmark is disbanded because it has to be. And we see England taking Kiel and France taking Munich.
Yeah, there's been an EF rapprochement here for sure, I think. Look at Jason taking his Warsaw back. By gosh, he wanted it. The German position has really just gone completely kaflooey, as we might say. And I think that's actually the end of Germany, right? They've lost Denmark, Kiel, Berlin, Munich, and Warsaw. I'm pretty sure that is painful. So we'll see how long, now that Germany is a carcass instead of a living, breathing person, we'll see how far the EF goes. By the way, Turkey had an amazingly great year. I wanted to mention that before we moved to the Bills. What a great year for the Turks.
Profitable ITs. We keep seeing them.
And they build the army, the very IT-ish army. And France building the two armies is also kind of fascinating. You might think they would build a fleet here because there's a big England and still a relevant Italy that you've invaded with two fleets. So I'm not sure. And I know the army can go to Piedmont, but I'm not so sure you didn't need a defensive fleet here. We'll see what happens. I know England's building two armies also, so maybe you're okay.
Yeah, the one counter argument to that is it is just two fleets in the Med. So if you're not needing to move forward and you're content to just kind of hold slowly and react to the rest of the board, it's not the worst place to be, I guess. But where is that next dot going to come from?
And who is the odd person out in the West? The answer is maybe we don't know yet, because the only thing that's happening is EF armies trying to get into the Balkans. So we don't have anything in English Channel. We don't have anybody going to Skagerrak. We don't have anybody going to Norway. So there's no we'll see in the fall turn if anything else happens in the West. But right now, this is just the West plus Russia trying to get position on the rest of the board. Italy's going to Armenia, but otherwise there's really a lot of stasis here. There's two fleets against two fleets in the Mediterranean, but there is that army that they're convoying to Tuscany. So,
I do love that convoy. I really
convoy.
like that convoy. That's nice positioning there. And just putting a little bit of pressure on Italy to say, hey,
really,
don't try
Italy
anything.
should have seen that coming. I'm not sure why we didn't see an Italian army in Piedmont or Tuscany or both. I'm not sure the support to Trieste was what Claire needed to do there, but we'll see.
Well, it's a break for Sebastian. Definitely will help with some of that momentum that we were wondering where that might come from. Zoe, what are we looking as we go to fall of 04?
Oh, I like that tricky play by Sebastian, going to Tuscany only to retreat to Piedmont, forcing Claire to pull back away from the Munich that is France controlled, and kind of muddling things in the east quite successfully. So now Claire is covering Venice, covering Rome. She's got a build, but it can only be Naples, which is really nice and defensive for France. Excellent decision making there. I also see France coming in behind England, taking Holland, taking Kiel. Oh, I'd love to get inside baseball on this. I really want to know if this is agreed or if it is a total stab, because
That's got to be a stab. That's got to be
a stab, right? But
it's amazing that you can stab England effectively with just armies.
Yeah, it's a thing of beauty, honestly. And there's still slow progress. Turkey's making slow progress, but I note that they're going down Romania because Budapest has headed in there. Should note that it's really nice seeing Austria it seems like, despite having lost quite a few centres now, the heat is off them in a way. They don't seem to be getting a lot of attention paid to them by the rest of the board, which I think is kind of nice. When you're in a diminished position like this, if you can just sort of like turn everyone's eyes away from you for a bit, you can sometimes work magic.
This is quite a pivot by Sebastian, and well done. I was a little concerned that England would be the one to pull the trigger against France, but it obviously went the other way around.
Well, Sebastian, this is one of my favorite stabs I've seen this year. I am now rooting for you, even though I shouldn't as host, just to see how it plays out. Still lots of game to be played here. Could go in lots of different directions, but that was a thing of beauty. Thank you.
All right, adjustments as forecast. Claire has built in Naples because nowhere else to build. We see Fleet Breast. Good. Good choice. All right. And in spring, so England, understandably, not happy. And yet there's still cooperation happening around the center of the board.
What has happened here? Ankara was supposed to convoy, and they didn't order Black Sea correctly.
Ooh.
They probably forgot. Josh forgot to change the order after they set the deal.
Dear. That is rough, and particularly when it's support from Russia as well. That is a rough misorder, a very rough misorder.
Unless it's some kind of intentional misorder, but
I can't see that here. I think this is a genuine misorder. You don't have that many supports in. Yeah, it doesn't particularly make sense. And elsewhere, Italy and France trying to have a little bit of a clash in the Med, not super seriously, though I do know that France has moved to Tyrolia, and that is looking interesting and strong positionally now. Curious about the Berlin attempted to Sill and Sill to Bohemia with Munich's support. I'm just interested to know, again, the inside baseball between the EF relationship here. It's so interesting.
You had Denmark and Helgeland holding. Of course, now you've got the move because he's moving to Holland, having cut Belgium support, cut Kiel support. England takes that back. So there's clearly some jockeying back and forth here. They're trying to make deals, but maybe they're not going to hold on to them. I'm talking about E and F. But look, no, I'm wrong. France is put into Vienna by the English. I see that now. Yeah.
This must be agreed. So Holland for Vienna. Okay, sure. And notable here that there appears to be 2 retreats to the same space on the board. So those units are piffed, I believe. We do finally see, yep, that must have been a misorder before the turn. Now the Ankh to Rum now goes through. I don't think that this France-Italy argy-bargy is particularly argy nor bargy. I think it's a little bit of giving face.
What happens in the world of EF now? I just don't know, because you support the French to Vienna while you hit supports and so forth to make sure you take Holland. Was that really supposed to happen? I'm just not sure what's going on here exactly. There's clearly they're still working together is what's happening.
They are still working together. So England is the tip of the spear being pushed into Galicia. Fascinating. Meanwhile, the IT continue, and I believe that's just about the end of Austria. Honestly, defended well there, Aurora. Well, good job. Thank you. And, all right. So I say that the Holland-Vienna trade was agreed, and then I see Ruhr going into Holland. Perhaps not so agreed. Although, again, the shuffles. This is so fascinating. Okay, Denmark to Kiel.
Yeah, I think it all looks agreed, but it's very fascinating. It really is an interesting set of moves. Very well choreographed. But the question is, are they going to keep dancing to the same tune or not? I mean, that's really the question.
convoy Holland out somewhere? There's so many choices, or maybe Holland follows up into Kiel.
Well, one thing is for sure, if this is EF versus IT with sort of a Russia trying to live in the middle, and there's no question that EF are across the line here. I just don't know how long they're going to stick together, though. There's a lot of units next to each other in the EF, in the world of the EF.
I'm going to pause here real quick. A couple reasons. One, Dip Chat has just been cracking me up, so I want to catch up a little bit here. Claire said the Italians didn't know what's going on either. Glad to know. I did want to give a shout out for some creativity here. One of the things that someone told me early in my diplomacy career that is absolutely true. Any two powers can make any alliance work in any structure as long as they are committed and able to be creative. And we are seeing some creativity here, which is a lot of fun to see. Also, Chris Kelly, this may be the first time in VDL history that both Rapprochement and RGBRG were spoken in commentary. We do have a fabulous team tonight, and I wanted to shout out Dipcast because I did not do that at the top of the show. One of my favorite parts of the show. Thank you all for those who are able to join and participate in that live. And for those of you watching afterwards, I want to thank you as well. You are welcome to participate and add in for your with comments. So I don't know if Zoe intended to leave, so we'll take a break there. In the meantime, okay, got some tech issues. Yep, no problem. So we will keep moving forward. We will take this as an opportunity, though. If you are enjoying the broadcast, go ahead and give it a thumbs up, give it a like, subscribe to the channel. All that stuff does help the algorithm, and share the game of diplomacy to a wider audience. So, David, what are we looking at as we go into fall of 1906?
The question of what you do next is you convoy into Kiel and move the fleet to Berlin. I think all of this is still choreographed. So so I'm looking to the east to see if there's any movement at all. There's not much. Not sure what the Ionian to Greece is supposed to mean. I mean, I understand that you're bouncing with the French and Western Med, but Greece seems a little bit jumpy. That you're worried about the Turks coming in there. But otherwise, you've gotten into Galicia, but what can you do with it? You don't really have. You've only got the other unit in Vienna to help you. So they've got position, but so far, even with Russian help, have not advanced the position anywhere. It's still not, fall 1906. There's EF way over the line, but how much longer will they stay together if they don't make more center count progress?
So we didn't play Who Do You Like? This might be a good time to do that. It's a very interesting point in the game. David, this is your game to lead. So by tradition, you get first choice. You get to pick one player or one power to take over their position to give you the best chance to top this board. Who do you like?
I can see arguments for several players here. This is a close game. I'm going to say James has the best position, even though he's currently in third spot at 7, because France still has to worry about the Italians in addition to the English, and the English don't necessarily have to worry about the Russians in the same way that the French have to worry about the Italians. So I think James's position is a little bit better, but honestly, Josh is in a pretty good spot too. You know, it's hard to win, so to speak, as Turkey and an IT if you're not going to be able to punch into Russia. And right now he's not being able to punch into Russia. So that's why I'm not picking him. But honestly, it could happen. Things could turn around here. If there's an EF war, which is very possible, then that would actually be advantage Joshua.
And Zoe, if not England, who would your choice be?
Oh, as a reputed France expert, it's really hard to go past France here. This is a delicious position, honestly. I get that, you know, the growth in the east looks a little bit constrained and that Italy looks threatening. I think this can all be managed diplomatically. I think we've seen Sebastian manage things diplomatically quite well so far, and just you've got so many armies, you don't know what to do with them. Like, it's, I don't know. I think it's lovely. Plus, it wouldn't take too much at all for a couple of French fleets to go around the back of the British Isle and just wreak havoc. I can't pass up France here.
It's certainly true that North Atlantic is there, and then Liverpool is there. I mean, you're totally right that that's a possibility.
So a lot of times when you've got a race like this between a couple powers, it's the powers that are perhaps less likely to top the board that will make the difference. And the players that are able to keep them on side tend to do better than those who don't. Really, diplomacy is a pretty simple game when you break down when units are moving away from you and towards your opponent, you tend to do better. So we will see. That's what I'm going to be watching for, is which player is able to win the diplomatic game when you've got kind of a somewhat balanced position on the board like this.
And Jason has been working with James from the beginning of the game.
Absolutely. Incredible for Jason to stay on like this when you go down as Russia in 01, honestly. Can I just shout that out?
Yeah, Jason Gray really impressed me last season, but particularly in the DBNI, has really, really proven himself to be one of the most talented players playing the game right now. And we're seeing that at work. This is not a game that's going to increase his score, most likely, but it's really good to see him fighting. And I mean, hey, look what happened to the person who attacked him first. So that mission accomplished at least.
Absolutely. All right. So we are definitely starting to see Sebastian take a bit of notice of that threat from Claire as foreshadowed. Interested to know what on earth is going on around Munich, Bohemia, Tyrolia, and Vienna. I mean, it's the IT continuing to work together, France defending, England helping with that defense. Lovely to see that ER cooperation still going in this late stage, and that's been a really, really stable alliance the whole time. And other than that, there's not a lot of movement. Things are starting to firm up. I'd be interested to know if draw votes were starting to happen.
Look at you with your foreshadowing.
Wow.
In your English composition foreshadowing.
It's like somebody knows this game pretty well.
Well, there wasn't going to be much. That's what I was saying earlier. There wasn't going to be much progress for EF in terms of center count. So do you keep going, or does the relationship fall apart? In this case, they just said, we've done enough. That seems a little early to me, though.
Yeah, I would probably agree, though. I'm interested to know, David, where do you think, had this gone on, where would you see growth for those three sort of key contenders?
James really should not have moved out of his centers there. That would give Sebastian a chance to grow. But of course, Sebastian's already on top, so they would just take the draw. It was James that I thought could have figured out a way to rearrange things, work out some kind of deal with the Italians or the Turks or something, and take Vienna. There we go. Josh vetoed in order to have a go at giving me Vienna. Okay. That's reasonable, which they tried and it didn't work. But again, nothing wrong also with, I had a really good EF alliance, says James. I'm fine with this. I enjoyed working with Jason. I enjoyed working with Sebastian. I'll take this. Nothing wrong with that. But to me, if I was trying to maximize my score, that's where I might have been able to do it. And I might have said, if I was Josh, give me a little more time. I'm going to veto this, give myself a little more time to try to diplomatically change the equation in the West that will allow me then to jump into the lead by taking a couple of Italian centers or something. But maybe they just didn't think there was any chance of that happening.
Yeah, fascinating. Sorry, go on, Brian.
Really fun game to watch. I really, really enjoyed that. Want to thank our players as always. And if you enjoyed it as well, give the stream a thumbs up. And we cannot have this show without our players allowing us to cover these games. So really, really grateful for that every time, especially when we get something as delicious as that one. All right, we're gonna move on to our next game. And for this one, Zoe, I'm going to put you as our lead, and David, you will be our secondary analyst. This is VDL 244, and Zoe, why don't you introduce our players?
So we've got Claire Bradbury going back to back. This is I believe if this, this is round 2. This is a midnight game for the Australians. Brave, Claire, brave. Hunter Catcher in England. I haven't seen Hunter playing too much VDL this season, if at all. So welcome, Hunter. Great to have you. Astronaut in France. David Samore, who's been playing quite a lot recently in Germany. Loic in Italy, Braden in Russia, and Liam Bennett in Turkey. So a few names there I recognize. I've only had the pleasure of playing with a few of the names on this list. So very interested to see how this develops, and very interested to see particularly, for the 3 new to the season, at least, if not to the league as a whole, players, and see how this shakes out.
Loic Bourget is somebody we've seen a lot during the virtual era back several years ago. That's Christoph's son, I believe.
Ah, yes.
And that's fun. Liam Bennett, the 15-year-old phenom, Monahan's grandson. Way to go, Liam. Great to see you playing in VDL again.
Absolutely
And,
exciting.
Hunter Catcher, for those who don't know, absolutely top player, is a threat to win tournaments every time he shows up, has won the European DipCon in the past. So definitely new to the season, has no place, showing this is the first game. But definitely not new to diplomacy, and someone to keep your eye on. In some ways, this is almost a touch of old school versus new school. So
there's no question about it. Hunter just won the Boston Massacre in August, and is fixing to move to Texas. Ed Sullivan fixing to move to Texas. He's going to be playing in some of those Austin games in the new Austin Diplomacy Club in Texas.
Oh, that's fantastic. All right, spring of 1901. Zoe, take us away.
Alrighty, so we have a fairly standard opening from Hunter in England. We see the same opening from France as we saw in the previous game from Astronaut. However, Germany does twig about that Burgundy move, bounces that. Very well may be agreed. Pretty standard. Elsewhere, we see Italy lining up to convoy to Tunis, presumably. We do see an Armenian fist bump. Interested to know where Braden is from. I imagine that's a very, I always think of that as a US coded opening. And see Ankara moving to Con moving to Bull. I like that move, getting the fleet out from Turkey early.
Agreed.
And we see no bounce in Sweden, which good. Shouldn't be so unambiguous as that. We see a convoy into Belgium, and England taking Norway as well. Nice 2 builds. Many other things look pretty standard, although I will note that that lovely flexible fleet in Constantinople could have gone to Aegean. Could have, but went to Black Sea instead, because why not? Why not? And then Smyrna goes to Armenia, because again, why not? So Liam declaring intentions against Braden there, clearly to the rest of the board. Interesting to see who answers the clarion call.
Yeah, just for those watching at home, Armenian fist bump does not mean you go to Armenia again in the fall. That is not how that opening is supposed to work. But Liam's going to do it the way Liam's going to do it, man. We'll see how it goes.
It's that old commercial. That's not how it works. That's not how any of this works. So, winner of 1901. Just take a quick look at those, and then Zoe. What
David some more. David, listen. 2 armies as the Germans is almost never the right answer. I'm not going to say never because I don't believe in nevers in diplomacy, but it's almost never the right answer. It does not give you enough flexibility.
I've been called out for this before, and I have to agree. It's not very flexible. It's not very
I mean,
flexible.
it can work. I'm not saying it can't work, but it really, the dominoes have to fall in exactly the right order for it to work correctly.
It's not just that it's not flexible, it's that it also is vulnerable. So if you got the right diplomatic situation, you can make it work, just like we talked about last time. Any two committed powers can make anything work, but it doesn't make it easier. All right, Spring of 02.
Now, this is what you do if you're going to do that. You do an EG, you move your armies, you get them in a position to go, against France. This is how you do it if you're going to build the two armies. Now, this reminds me a little bit of the game, the Nexus final that Ed Sullivan and Keith Worstel have just gotten finished analyzing, because that's exactly what happened in that game. The Darcy, who's playing Germany, builds the two armies, and then there's an EG that with a Russian friend. It's exactly the same, and so we shall see how that goes. In the East, you've got the Italians getting into the Aegean, of course, because Liam had done the other thing and built Smyrna and then went to Eastern Med. So looks like probably air here a little bit, AIR, because you're not seeing really any coordinated fighting between the A and the R. In fact, you're seeing the opposite of that with the bounce in Galicia and Vienna down to Trieste. Fall turn, we've still got air moves. We've got the Russians taking Black Sea, and we've got the Italians kicking the Turks out of Eastern Med. So this is a fairly speedy air attack on the Turks. In the West, what do we have going on in the West? We've got Germans taking Belgium. Might be arranged, potentially, because you've still got the Germans supporting the English into Sweden. So I'm assuming that it was still arranged, because otherwise you wouldn't do that if you're Germany. So it's probably just a way for the Germans to get back sort of as at least an equal partner in the EG alliance. You're not an equal partner if you only got one fleet. So now that the Russians are in Baltic, perhaps this is another fleet build that's coming from the Germans.
Yeah, I would expect that at this point. Those do look very arranged. It's nice EG cooperation, honestly, and very good. I think defensive attack to defend from France as well, noting that Mao moving to Irish Sea to put a bit of pressure on England and say, hey, you've got problems at home. And I will note that sort of clarion call that Liam put out in 01, that is the risk that the East sees the clarion call, and instead of going, hey, I like that power, they've got a lot of spunk, they've got initiative, they go, that power has too much initiative. They need to wind that initiative back, and we will show them how.
I want to say one other quick thing. If you're learning this, if you're watching tonight, you're learning the game, welcome. This is a great game to learn, but you may be wondering why Brest goes to Gascony there. Because isn't that running away from English? It could have taken your Brest, yes, but you weren't expecting anybody to hit Brest, and you needed to go to Gascony so that the German army couldn't retreat there when you kicked it out of Burgundy. You were cutting off that retreat. So I just wanted to make that educational point.
Beautiful.
All right, winter of 1902.
And
Board, pay attention to your disbands, and then Zoe, what are we looking at in the spring?
All right, so seemingly Hunter and Astronaut have had a conversation, and that conversation is you will not profit from taking my home centres. So Irish goes back to Mid-Atlantic, which is helpful to defend anyway. York goes to Liverpool, probably also a tiny overture to say, hey, I'm not convoying. I can't convoy now, so calm down. We see a move up to Tyrolia from Italy. Tunis is going back to Apulia. Nice. I think particularly given Austria's looking strong, you just want to be smart, basically. What's the phrase? Trust but verify in the AI. Or the AIR, as it were, which it does appear to be continuing to be. Noting David's move to Silesia, with Silesia moving back to Warsaw, and then Denmark going to Baltic, and Baltic just moving back to Bothnia. So this seems like a situation where there's been a chat and David's put the hard word on Braden. Braden's gone, okay, I don't want trouble with you. And David's just gone, excellent. I do want trouble with you. Hello, I'm on your doorstep. Noticing also the AI, moving to the line with Vienna going to Bohemia as well as that supported move to Tyrolia.
Now, Baltic to Bothnia is probably because Braden knew there was going to be an English unit in Norway. And so Braden wanted something to bounce St. Pete with. But this is really a good set of moves for the Germans here. They did not build the extra fleet, by the way. They built another army, and yet they've gone exactly where they wanted to go. Taken the French out of Burgundy, got into Silesia, got into the Baltic Sea. But you can see how wide open they are if England wanted to do something screwy. So we shall see how this goes.
Absolutely. Oh, that's sweet from the symbolic support into St. Pete. Fascinating. We see the AI starting to make some progress against Germany. Ouch. That is no fun. And Turkey is really under siege there, so I don't think I noted it last time, but Italy is in Smyrna. Now Bulgaria's gone to Constantinople, and that army is blown up. Just noting that nifty little eye onto Tyrrhenian Sea, kind of going, wow, the Iberian Peninsula looks awfully open. Looks like a good vacation space, perhaps. With that beautiful EG corporation that keeps chugging along, we are seeing Germany take Paris. Ouch. Ouch. And Liverpool has gone down to Wales because Hunter is no longer interested in conveying that there's not going to be a convoy. We are dropping the pretenses.
You know, that fleet that Loic is sending to Tyrrhenian Sea, it could be coming to help France. It could be coming to help dismember France. We shall see.
But it is coming to help.
The word help is involved either way.
And then Claire pointing out black misorders, which that is not insignificant.
But Turkey lives to fight at least another season.
Another day. Winner vote 3. We've got Claire putting down 2 armies and disband coming from the army in Syria, and Loic putting down another fleet to help. And spring vote 4. David, what do we have?
And here they come. Claire knew that Claire could not keep Munich, so France has actually put them into Burgundy. So they're going to be an active army to mess with the Germans inside France, potentially, or at least in that same region. So that's very interesting. You know, the last game we saw was EF getting the best of the East. This one may be the East getting better over the West, which is one of the ways in which diplomacy is played is, you dominate your part of the board and then you try to project your power to the other half of the board faster than the other side can. That's a way of looking at diplomacy from a grand strategic level. And that may be what's happening here. Move wise, I don't see anything of tremendous note. The Germans basically had to take Munich back from Silesia because it could be cut, so they couldn't be a supporting unit. So there's nothing surprising really about anything that's happening here, except maybe a little surprising that Baltic goes to Bothnia. I know the point of this, which is to put 2 units on St. Pete. I get that, but somebody could leak into the Baltic here.
All those armies for Germany, I typically feel very good about my line, but with Austria slipping through into Burgundy like that, and then obviously having clear support from France, suddenly Munich is looking much, much less secure than it traditionally would be at this point in the game. So is Claire going to be able to hold on to that unit? Because if so, that could be very significant for the East being able to move and kind of take the wind out of the sails or deflate what has otherwise been a pretty efficient EG.
That unit could even be involved in Paris or Belgium this fall.
Yeah.
Tries to move to Paris, although that's probably just a cutting support move. So the Italians, what are they doing? They didn't go for Spain. They went to the mid-Atlantic. I think the Italians are there to help, which is probably the right answer, by the way, at least in the short term. That was intended to be a bounce of the English fleet if the French fleet had actually gotten into Brest. Let's see what else is going on. Livonia does go to the Baltic Sea. I was thinking that might be a good counter move for Braden to put a lot of pressure on various centers that the Baltic Sea touches. Otherwise, I don't think I see anything of great note. The AIR is still together is the main thing that we're taking from this set of moves.
So, Zoe, I'm going to ask you, and I know Australia tends, at least by reputation, has introduced a concept to me about like north-south lines rather than your traditional east-west. But in this state, like this is very much a classic east-west stalemate line kind of position. The question here, David looks like prioritized supporting Hunter into St. Pete rather than securing Baltic. How do you feel about that? Is that a choice you would have made? Or like for me, I feel like I think there's an argument that Baltic might actually be a little more important here, but I don't know if that's true. That's just kind of a hunch.
Interesting question. I see this as, an alliance. The EG has stood really strong for 4 years straight, and I can understand that perspective of, like my ally pushing forward is a win for me. We want to make sure we get more centres. We want to make sure that we can hold our progress in the sort of southwest, and continue to advance. I mean, yeah, I wonder if there's maybe been a slight miscalculation. Maybe there's not been sufficient attention paid to what's happening with Russia in the south. They're not going to go down a unit. They are going to stay steady. And with that, then Baltic is a real problem, a real frustration, not only to you as Germany, but also to your ally England, who is currently holding Scandinavia and might not for much longer. And particularly noting that Austria is supporting Russia here as well. What I've been pulled to this last year is just the awareness that Austria seems to have of what's going on all across the board, that perhaps other players are getting tied up in particular tactical squabbles and not paying as much attention. I think Claire's playing a beautiful strategic game here and keeping that eye across the whole of the board.
So
would I have covered Baltic?
Like,
I think it's. I mean, I think this is beautiful. Yeah, I've said all that I need to say at this point. I think it does look like she's really aware of what's happening all across the board, and I think that's generally a really good tip-off for someone with a really solid chance.
I agree that Claire has a chance. I think, just looking at the map here a minute, they should have realized, France and Austria should have realized that this set of moves was not going to work, and because there was no way for it to work. English Channel could get hit, Mid-Atlantic could get hit, Gascony gets hit, Paris gets hit. There was nothing. Paris is irrelevant. Brest hitting Gascony, so that there was going to be no way for that to move the work. Claire should have taken a shot at Belgium here, because it was very unlikely that Germany was going to cover Belgium. And this set of moves just was never going to work, based on the number of units. It would have taken me a minute to figure that out, but they, of course, had a few minutes to look at it. But that's the only downside I'd see of Claire's situation. Wouldn't it be awesome if they had taken Belgium there? I think Hunter's still in the best shot, however, because he's from behind. He's got centers that he can take if he wants them from Germany. Germany's not going to be in no position to defend them. Claire's got to compete with both the R and the I in her air. So I think from looking at a who do you like situation in a Fall 1904, I'm thinking Hunter has a little bit better chance than Claire, but Claire's certainly not out of it. Loic's not out of it either. I mean, there's a couple of these players that could theoretically come back here as well. But as between those now, David, I'm just not that losing Baltic there is actually pretty terrible from a tactical point of view. It's just really pretty terrible. So I just don't. Now, wouldn't matter if Braden ends up losing that fleet here when they're getting ready to disband, or when they're not disbanding. They took Ankara. So, it's just I don't really like David's position to win from here, but I think Hunter's got a pretty decent one.
Well, it looks like Claire agreed with you, David, saying this was an agreement because
Ah,
she was worried about the English board tops. So
okay. All right.
good on Claire for
Claire, I
looking
can totally
across
see
the
that, by the way. That's good. That's good information because, of course, we can't be sure what's happening behind the scenes. So I appreciate that. I can see the argument.
All right, winner of 04. We just spent a lot of time on a lot of different. This is a if we're in playing the 5D chess or the 5D diplomacy with the different points in time. This is a very interesting state on the board to come back to and have like different metaverses of all the different places that these could arrange out. So that's a really long and nerdy way of saying I'm excited to see what happens next. Winner of 1904. And Zoe, what are we looking at as we go into 05?
All right. So we've got those two English fleet builds. Makes sense. France takes Belgium. Ouch. And Gascony takes Paris back. So it looks like, given Claire's point in the chat, that perhaps a few people were worried about an English board top at this point. Russia tries for a German home center. I think probably yeah, that's a bit tough. And Austria kind of turns around and goes, perhaps I'm worried about a Russian board top too. Goes straight into Warsaw. That's beautiful. If that was potentially a suggestion, hit Berlin really hard, I'll help you out. And just absolutely flips. That looks like a bit of a stab. I think the air is going to start to break, and it might just become a straight up AI. Speaking of, beautiful from Italy here, Marseille and Spain. Those fleets are there to help Italy, and yeah, this is really fascinating. So it does seem like it's turning into an AI now. And I'm interested to see with Germany going straight to Burgundy out of Paris and Gascony getting Paris back, what this means for the EG relationship going forward. I can see there are a few trades still. Maybe it's fine. Maybe it starts to tremble a little bit.
It's not fine.
It's not fine. Well, I suspect that Denmark was arranged because you're trying to keep the Russians out. So Bothnia goes to Sweden as a switcheroo. The one problem here is that Hunter, even after I just said he's got such a good position, that he misorders his support for Liverpool to the Irish Sea. That's a misorder, I assume, because he would want to be in the Irish Sea here. So I don't know what North Atlantic exactly what they ordered, but it was not what they meant to order. This is a fascinating turn. Italy takes all that stuff. Austria is going to take Russian stuff, which, by the way, that might be exactly the right answer. Give Germany some breathing room to decide what they want to do vis-a-vis England. The problem is, David, how many fleets do you have as Germany?
Oh no,
not enough.
Not enough is the answer. Particularly if France snakes your Belgium while you're not watching.
Literally one, and it's in Sweden. Ouch. Can only hope that it keeps going. All right. So Germany and England say, no, thank you, France. We'd prefer to have you in the channel, actually. And the air is now just an AI, 100% confirmed. Russia retreats back from Romania into Sevastopol to presumably try and protect their home centres. But that's going to be difficult with Galicia moving to Ukraine, and Warsaw still there, Red Warsaw. I noticed at some point the Austrian army that was in Burgundy got blown up. I think we must have missed that at some point. Anyway, what else other than that? So yes, the Denmark-Sweden trade holds. I actually think things still seem surprisingly good with the EG. All right, and I believe, is that Hunter in the chat? The agreement proposed was for France to turn around against Italy, and EG would keep France alive. Ooh, fascinating. And yet it seems perhaps already a little too late, given so much
The
of
agreement that
France
France
is now
didn't agree
green.
to. I think it's the agreement that France didn't go through with. Is what the situation is.
That, yeah,
Yeah, I mean, look at Loic Bourget's resurgence here. Now, it's a
beautiful.
little unclear what happens if the English have enough fleets to prevent you from leaking out, but there's still Portugal to potentially take. I mean, there's some stuff that can happen here for sure. Claire's in a good position. This is a fascinating game. This is much more of a dynamic game than the one we saw last time, which was really just an EF smushing everybody kind of game. This one's a little more dynamic.
So, question: Loic had an interesting choice with the orders or with the builds here, the adjustments here. We've got a option of trying to slam through the Med, which, depending on how France and England work together, might be pretty difficult. Or swinging those fleets around and attacking Austria, who has very, very little fleet power. David, which one would you tend towards in this position?
I think I would do exactly what Loic did and build the two fleets. I don't think you're in a position yet to jettison your only ally. At least I don't think so. You might be in later, but now an argument for maybe doing it is that Claire is going to make some progress here. Claire's going to take Moscow. I mean, these armies are going to go to some interesting places. Now, how does David respond to that is the question. You know, that Claire left David alone in Germany. Is David going to leave Claire alone in Austria? I mean, we'll see.
All right, spring of 06. David, what are we looking at?
And now those bounces might be arranged between the G and the A. We shall find out. But otherwise, you've still got AI cooperation there, getting in better position against Braden. And then in the West, we have Germany. Okay, we've got the two units going into Gascony there with support, which makes sense. English Channel is getting into Brest for now, but that's not going to last, most likely. Well, I guess it might last now that I look at it. It's possible that does last. We shall see. Or not. They come back and take it. That's probably the correct answer. But and Burgundy takes Paris. I mean, that's just so much that can happen here. The Italians are there to try to, prevent EG from getting out, and the Italians are getting in pretty decent position here in order to do that. Claire does take both Moscow and Sevastopol. That's why I said earlier, Claire was going to make some real progress. The Greece thing is just to balance the relationship. That is not a stab.
As we see the support, the symbolic support
Right,
from Constantinople as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I didn't see that, but yeah.
This is incredible with Italy. And I imagine thinking about Hunter's point about, trying to encourage France to go against Italy, it seems like what happened was France said, yeah, okay, I've changed my mind. I'll do it. Give me Brest. And then the EG just said, yeah, you had one shot and you didn't do it the first time. So sorry about it.
Hunter messing up that order earlier really, really slowed him down. He would have already been in mid-Atlantic at this point, and would have had a little more purchase on the situation. At this point, if you're Hunter, you wonder, and maybe it's too late now with Germany building, but you wonder if you might needed to have just moved on Germany here to try to get your centers that way.
And all right, so we are seeing efforts to secure the mid-Atlantic Ocean, and France has basically just gone, well, I'm done with you guys. I'm helping Italy defend in the Med. Okay. Seeing a little bit of shuffling around, Claire getting into position on Germany, and Germany seeing what's going on. I'm fascinated with that convoy, York to Norway. David, I don't think we can rule out the concept that Hunter might want to take some of David's dots after all.
It's a possibility, although that's also what you would do if you were just trying to set up a good line about St. Pete, because you'd want an army up there eventually, like there. But still, the opportunities will still exist. They always exist as England behind Germany. It's a risk that the Germans have to take. Austria, wow, Claire's just getting in a better and better position with now taking Ankara.
I feel I should probably note that Claire always loves to joke move to Armenia, and she actually got there. Yay! Armenia takes Ankara. Thank you for playing, Braden. We've got a little bounce in Greece, and that's just like pleasant defensive overtures between allies as far as I can see. And interesting seeing all the little shuffles. I think Germany is starting to get nervous about how open they are to England. Fascinatingly, though, as I think you called out, David, England doesn't seem to have that on their mind, like the Belgium, Holland, Kiel, presumably of it all. They are very much looking at the sort of defensive needs in the mid-Atlantic down to the Mediterranean and up around St. Pete as well.
Well, I mean, all of this is fine if you're just playing to hold the stalemate line and all that, but Hunter could do this later. You know, he could always maybe try to, towards the end of the game, snag some centers to get past Claire later. It is going to be hard for Claire to do much more unless Claire goes after Italian centers.
If this
which
game
obviously she can do.
If this game does not draw here,
it probably should draw here. Claire is probably going to win this game.
Hunter's the only one that really would have a shot, right?
Yes.
I mean, arguably, maybe Loic could somehow force Portugal, but I mean, that's a lot of work for not a lot of, yeah. So,
yeah, that makes sense, because you really the only thing that could really happen here that's remotely interesting is that Claire could get bigger. So Hunter, I think, just sort of lost the opportunity to try to race and get those German centers while he could, and he probably just didn't think he could afford to, because then the Italians might leak out into the Mediterranean. This was just such a well-played game by Claire. Yeah. That move on Russia, when it happened, Russia was so out of position. You know, with the fleet in the Baltic and all that, just so out of position, was not expecting it. And kudos to Claire for taking advantage of that situation.
Absolutely. I said it before, and I'm glad I made that call early. Just great strategic read of the board, great management of the other players on the board. I think also being able to pick those two opponents early and to kind of know, okay, right off the bat, we're going against Turkey, but then I know who my next target is. It's Russia. And I imagine probably the conversation between Austria and Italy was always, don't worry, we're good. Let's move away from each other. I know where I'm going. You know where you're going. And that sort of good management. Thinking back to sort of, when was it, 2004 that there was Red Munich. Even that could have been conveyed as I'm getting into France to, eventually help your progress. Let's work together here. Just really, really well played diplomatically and strategically. Having that read of the whole board is such an advantage, and being able to sort of, I guess, frustrate things. I think about that move where Claire went for Paris, wasn't going to get in, as you were saying, David, like the moveset wasn't going to work. But I suppose the advantage is it frustrates things, it scrambles things, it confuses the alliance that's already there a little bit. You're not doing what they might have expected you to do. And that's also a strategy, right? Confuse things a bit just so that you have a bit more time to make good moves.
Which she did.
Well, congratulations, Claire. AI is one of my favorite alliances, and it was always nice to see one executed well. And I'll say Loic also. It takes two to make a good alliance, and they made that work. So, all right. Well, let's welcome Ed to the stream. Ed, welcome back.
Thanks. That last game was really interesting because it was almost like a Dixicon game where the line was always really important, but they gave each other space to take out sort of extraneous powers. It would have been a different game if Hunter hadn't misordered, but it was certainly well played by the winner.
Yes.
All right. Well, Ed, I'm sorry, Zoe, we are going to give you a break. And David and Ed, you are going to help us introduce our first game of our feature league tonight, which is the 7 Years' War. So let me go ahead and get us transitioned over there. All right, I got the right screen and just forgot to share it. So, all right, get back in the habit of doing that one again. All right, here we go. So, 7 Years War. David, Ed, are either of y'all familiar enough with the structure of this league to kind of talk us through it, or is that something you need me to cover?
I've played it. Oh, go ahead, David.
No, Ed, if you've played it, go ahead.
I've played it, and it's basically, like it says, 7 Years War. It's a 7-year game. It's, I don't know the scoring system, to be honest with you, but it's sort of like C Diplo. And I think I've been playing off and on occasionally just because I want to get prepared for Greece, because I'm not used to just playing 7 years games. And you tend to see that the players who are a little more cagey tend to do okay in the results wise. There's an early leader syndrome problem I've noticed in the games when I've watched before,
which is a very European, traditionally European way of looking at the game. Don't get out to an early lead. Don't get out to a lead at all. In fact, they actively try not to be in the lead in these 1907 games. The other thing about 7 Years' War, which is fascinating, and Brian already mentioned it at the top of the show, is that they play an international game in English. They play games in French. They play games in German. They play games in Dutch. They've played games in Swedish before, I think. And it's just also maybe I think there's been an Italian game played or something. So it's obviously a European-based league. Plenty of non-Europeans play, as Ed mentioned, and Karsten, who is playing France in this game, is actually an American diplomat in Rwanda. But and Darcy Morris in Russia is obviously an Australian. So you've got people from outside of Europe playing, but Ed is right. This is a very European league played in a European style, and it'll be fun to see because that is different from the way people play in other parts of the world. It's great to have all these different metas that come together at something like a World DipCon.
Yeah, and today we are going to feature our very first Polish language game, which I believe is the first Polish language game they've had in the 7 Years' War, and probably the first Polish game, at least part of a formal league within virtual diplomacy. So one of my desires for the Virtual Diplomacy League was to try and help promote virtual play, is finding a way to help people that maybe wouldn't have a local group that they could travel to that's doing face-to-face tournaments, still be able to get that league or tournament experience. And I'm really grateful to Yelta Kuiper, and I know Mike Blom's involved, and Robert Schupa, and all the organizers for the 7 Years' War for really trying to find ways to help people find ways to play diplomacy in a language they're comfortable with. And that is really exciting for us because as viewers, because not only do we get to see the meta that's shaped by the C Diplo Namur scoring system that they're using, but also anytime you get a group of people that maybe are not participating in the international, is what I'll call it, air quotes, hobby, you develop a different way of looking at the game, reading the board a little bit differently. And so it's an opportunity for us to think differently about the game as well. And that's always been really, really fun for me. So hoping we'll see some of that tonight. Let's go ahead and start out.
Let me say one thing here about a new player to us on the screen. Andreas Krohn is the current Norwegian diplomacy champion who won the first Norwegian championship earlier this summer.
Europe has, like last year, Australia blew up with all the games that they were doing, and Europe has definitely come on strong this year. Really happy to see that. And if momentum goes the same as we saw in Australia, that means they may be in for a very good year as far as standings go next year. But it all starts right now. Ed, why don't you take the lead here, introduce a couple of our players, and then we'll get right to our game.
I don't know Lena. Andreas is the Norwegian champion, as you heard. I know Karsten, great guy. No idea who Germany is. No idea who Italy is. I know who Russia is because he's playing every known diplomacy game and variant known to mankind. And I don't know who David is, but I do like the fact that he's playing from Edinburgh.
David Willsworth, I think I played with him at World DipCon, or at least talked to him for a while at World DipCon. He's a great guy.
All right, spring of 1901. Let's get to it.
Okay, so standard English opening, another bounce in Burgundy that we saw in game 2. Also the very, I think it's in vogue. I think we can say it's in vogue. Kiel to Holland now. I've seen it many times, at least half a dozen times in the past 2 months. Meanwhile, everything in the East is standard. I still think this is a standard opening of Smyrna to Khan. It's just not I mean, you can't call something that was the standard for 50 years not standard anymore just because people didn't do it for 2 years very much.
I agree with that. Although I will say, when I started in the hobby, the standard opening was actually Ankara to Khan and to move the fleet out, and there was no bounce in the Black Sea was the most common opening, which is now not the most common opening.
Wow. Okay, so I think we're just doing odd and even years. I'll just go. Well, when you move Kiel to Holland in 01, you forego the idea of Denmark. You're not 100% sure you're going to get Denmark, and Russia's going to get Sweden. Here, England does not get Denmark. There's a bounce, which is curious. And even more curious, England would have taken Belgium had England gone to Belgium because Holland was supporting it. So this is definitely a signal by Andreas that he wants to be in an EF, and it's 3 builds for Karsten. Germany's in Burgundy. So I think we will see an EF, and I will think we'll see Germany build 3. Meanwhile, this is pretty curious. Ionian is supporting Albania to Greece, which I've seen never. There is no Ionian to Aegean, but Venice does go to Trieste. I don't think Austria can be upset that he didn't go to Aegean. Turns out, though, Bulgaria was supporting it anyways. And the reason for that is because it definitely looks like an air, because Austria is supporting Serbia to Romania. So teamwork by the air.
And if you're going to air, I guess if you're Darcy, I'm going to go to Silesia in fall 1901. And that's exactly what he did.
No fleet, though.
Correct. No fleet. So he may think that he's got something going with the English, maybe. All right, because you're going Baltic, you're going Prussia, you're already in Silesia. So if you're Darcy, you're all in on trying to take Berlin. And that is probably going to work, because Kiel goes to Denmark. The French, what are they doing? They're moving armies up against the Germans and not moving a fleet to the English Channel is what they're doing. In the East, now we see the Aegean, probably a little late, actually, seeing the Aegean. But we do see otherwise the air moves. They're taking out Bulgaria, going to the Black Sea. And then you see, in an early successful air, you go ahead and jump into Bohemia and Tyrolia, and they've done that as well.
Yeah, I think the curious thing, I mean, it was such an obvious error, as was pointed out by Nathan. I'm assuming that Belgium to Ruhr and all this stuff is to protect the line. It isn't that France is mad at Germany for going to Burgundy or anything like that. But England did go to Helgoland, so that's not quite seeing the threat. Yeah,
at least Darcy thinks that he's got Andreas on side. So we'll see what happens here.
I like a fast move. Like, if you're going to air, I like a fast move to the line. I don't think I've ever seen fall 1902 at the line. This is blazing speed from the air on that side of the board, at least.
What does Andreas do is the question I was getting ready to ask, and the answer is take Denmark. That is not defending the air. Neither
That is
is
not
Ruhr.
defending there, but they're trying to
Neither is
kill
Ruhr-
Germany
Neither
so
is Ruhr to
fast.
kill, by the way. Well, I
Yeah,
guess
they're trying to defend it so fast just to replace Germany. That's what they're trying to do.
Well, you could argue that Ruhr to Kiel would at least prevent Baltic to Kiel. I mean, you can make some kind of argument that that was some kind of guessing, but I think you're right. I think it's mostly just replace Germany on the line, which is nothing wrong with that either, really. Sometimes that is the right answer. You know, as we saw in the last game, you can have the air take a center in Germany, and it sort of makes them fall apart, and one of them attacks the other one. So that may be what the Leviathan powers and the ENF are hoping for.
I think Karsten also left Marseille open for the fleet build. He wasn't sure he was going to get Kiel, but it was a good deduction, and that was good if he was doing that.
Indeed.
So here, as we move to the spring, nothing really happens in the west. I always go to the west first. And then in the east, it looks like just a focus on Turkey here. I don't know if those are range bounces or not. Darcy's kind of playing a double game. It's not really an air if you're not attacking England.
Correct.
You know, so Russia so many times has to make a decision. He's got a lot of friends, but he's going to have to start making some enemies.
Now, Andreas is also slow playing this. Maybe just being careful with the support into North Sea, but not going to Norwegian and North immediately, which is probably what you would expect somebody to do if they were going to go after Russia. That did not happen.
Yeah, agreed.
So if you're Austria, are you on wintergreen watch right now?
Well, St. Pete to Moscow's got to mean something. And one thing we know it means is that he's trying to show love to Andreas. Beyond that, perhaps it does mean I'm going to Ukraine, you know, and I'm going to, you know, take the wrapper off the wintergreen and pop it in my mouth. I mean, that could be what's getting ready to happen here.
I note that in the last, there might be something cooking with Italy. That's a really prescient question, Brian, because France did not move Marseille. He didn't get it out to Lyon and Gascony. So it seems like France doesn't want to really be embroiled against Italy here either. So maybe that's a signal to, hey, let's just all back off and be friends.
I could even see from this position, I don't love this, but if you worked it right, you could even have France take Tunis and just say, all right, go have it and go attack England and be on your merry way. There's enough centers there that could work. We'll see.
Well, if the Turks hit Ionian, you'll take Tunis anyway. This is exactly what happened.
Yeah, oddly enough, well, I guess it wouldn't have mattered, right? No, I mean, he could have held Smyrna. Could he not have if he hadn't hit Ionian?
Well, there was too many supports. Yeah,
yeah.
He was on his way out.
Well, there's only two supports because Black was cutting Khan. Anyways.
Ed, there's an army in Armenia. There's an army in Ankara. What did they support? What did they both support?
That's 3-on-2. All right.
That makes 3.
Yes. You're smart.
You're right.
All right.
Look,
Stop with the technicalities. Okay. Anyways, Russia's in Kiel. That's really good. Russia's in Ankara. Russia didn't lose Khan. And England got into Holland here. And France took Tunis. This time gets Marseille out to Lyon. I definitely think it's not a wintergreen right now.
Hey, Karsten. Andreas went to Clyde. Andreas did a bunch of weird bouncing and didn't go anywhere near Sweden. Something is up here, man. Something is up here. Darcy thinks he's got to deal with Andreas. Andreas is making it look like, now I know he just built Edinburgh, but this may all still be some kind of thing where they're getting ready to turn against the French. We'll find out.
In diplomacy, the friend of my friend is an enemy, and he's got both of them, and he's got to realize that.
Nope. Never mind. That was Andreas faking Darcy out, and Darcy knows that. Darcy's sending units up too, so never mind. That all worked out fine for Karsten after all. I was just concerned. But that was all just probably for Darcy's benefit, just play acting for Darcy's benefit. But again, Darcy realized it didn't really have anything else to do with their units anyway, but he's going north now to try to defend. Otherwise, what else we got? We got Munich falling to the Austrians. There is an attempt on Kiel, which didn't work. So this is, it's time for England. Andreas is jettisoning Darcy as a friend. And there still appears to be an Italian-French war, right?
Yeah, I'm curious, David. What do you think about? Did Darcy get too cute with it? Because if they had gone full-throated, would they have made better progress than they are?
I'm sure it was a diplomatic attempt to get Andreas to hit Karsten. I'm sure that's what it was that Darcy was trying to do there. And frankly, I thought it was working. So, I mean, I'm just as snookered as maybe what Darcy was to think that maybe I had been able to successfully get Andreas to slow down on purpose and then move against France. But that's not what's happening. So I don't know that I'm going to blame Darcy for that. I think it was a diplomatic attempt. I think if he had moved units to north, he didn't have that many free units to do until now, and it would have just forced Andreas to go faster against him, perhaps. All right, he does lose Kiel now, though. So it is all kind of a stalemate line game here right this minute, unless there's anything else happening. The Italians going back to Smyrna is a little bit unnecessary, isn't it? I guess as opposed to what? You're not like you're going to move Ionian.
Can't go to Ionian, but he's still vulnerable there if they want to flip on Italy. But I don't think Austria really is in a good position to do that.
Well, Greece to Aegean makes it look like they're going to flip on Darcy.
Yeah. That's my read on it too. Is like, hey, he's going to disband and he can't defend between all of them. That is definitely something to keep an eye on.
Austria is building because they took Munich, right? So they're going to build in Budapest. Darcy's going down one. Yeah, I think they're going to flip and try to take some centers from Darcy in the south.
Or Darcy.
Well, that is what's happening, but Darcy did a good set of moves. I mean, that's
Darcy read it, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
They attempted to get Khan. Yeah, that was good.
They still took Romania, but it was, you got the retreat.
The Khan retreats to Bulgaria.
Yeah.
That was
not thought through correctly.
Yeah, no. Totally. They did get Karsten to back off of Italy to give, I guess, space, but other than helping Austria into Khan, where can Italy go? So I
was right. I was right all along. Andreas is turning on France. That was he fooled me. He sure fooled me there.
I think that's just a switch. I think the you've got an obvious AI turning on Russia, and I think Darcy convinced Andreas, hey, you got to stop. They're going to run away with this. Hey, let's make a deal. I'll help you.
And Karsten knows it too. I mean, It's not like they caught Karsten unawares. Karsten knows it too. He's going back. So that's a switch around.
I don't know. I think I would have, if I was Darcy, then put England in Munich and try and make this a EGR again, or not an EGR, but an EFR or something like that, because now Italy's going to be embroiled against France against Italy, and well, we'll see how it turns out.
Oh boy, they did kill that army in Bulgaria. They had to prioritize killing that army because it was sort of it was sort of threatening where it was.
Yeah, but at what cost, right? Because Austria loses Greece. Austria's already going down Munich. This ended up being not great for Lena, and I think Darcy's here done a pretty masterful job, right? Tying up all those
able to take Romania back. Yeah,
getting Romania back, getting Munich, peace with England. I was dead wrong on the. Now that the EF4 is great for Darcy because he can just focus on the Eastern powers. So this is a really wonderful play by him. And I think it's time for Italy and Russia. Now it might be time for the wintergreen. It might be.
Yeah, I don't think Greece was a stab. That was just a cover. But you're right. I think that might be the time to just turn it into a wintergreen. Not really sure that's what's happening yet, but we shall see. What is happening in the war? It has turned into a sitzkrieg because both England and France realize they can't really do anything to each other, so they're just kind of sitting there. And in fact, North Atlantic goes back to Norwegian, and the English fleet goes to Baltic. So they're going to try to get in a position to take Berlin. So they may have decided that move on each other was not going to accomplish anything, and so they're going to maybe switch back around. We'll see. We'll see in the fall turn because Andreas has fooled me before. So we'll see what the plan is, but it sort of looks like Berlin is getting ready to fall, doesn't it?
It does. Well, Berlin's getting ready to fall. Munich might be able to fall. It depends on what they prioritize.
Maybe both. Okay, so they
Carson.
did take Berlin, but then Darcy puts the Frenchman Kiel. This is an awesome game to watch, don't you think? This is a fun game to watch. There's a lot of.
It's only got one more year, right? That's the thing. The part that I keep forgetting. This is only going to 07, so that explains a lot of this.
It's true.
Yeah, so 7 Years' War uses C Diplo Namur, which ends at the end of 1907. And that does but two things. One, shorter games mean you don't need as large tops, obviously. And then two, it with the known time or a known year limit, then everybody really this year is setting up for the following year, which is going to be the last year, and everybody will take everything from everyone all at once.
Yeah, I mean, I knew all along we were looking at a 1907 game, and when I'm so used to unlimited time games that I wasn't even thinking about that.
Sigurd snuck up on us. That was a great year for Italy, by the way.
So good.
I wish he was in Albania. But other than that, it was great.
Yeah,
he could be there quickly. All right, spring 1907, 2 turns left. Ed Sullivan, take us home.
Well, he didn't need Albania because he's going to Bulgaria. That was good. Thank you, Lena, for playing. I guess the wintergreen is back on, but it's pretty green on that side of the board. Meanwhile, in the West, Carson now gets into Holland and can cover Belgium in the fall. I'm just looking at what people can get. But it's looking good for Italy here because I think Italy is going to take Serbia too.
Most likely. That was such a good convoy.
So good.
Particularly in a 1907 game. There you got the joke orders going here at the end of the game. England takes Kiel, it looks like.
No, I don't think so. Oh, yeah, you're right.
Denmark.
That's kind of important, I think.
We're going to find out in a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, Italy Sigurd just exploded there at the end. That was so awesome. And just goes to show you how if you set the game up correctly and you're paying attention that it's 1907, that you can really do well. And that's exactly what happened here.
Well, what a great start to the 7 Years' War. I would say that this is exactly what I was hoping for whenever we cover these games. There was a good amount of dynamic play and a little bit of a different way of reading the board, players making moves late at the game to come out on top. So, David, you've been going strong for a little while. We're going to give you a break. Thank you. And welcome back to the stream, Zoe. Zoe, what do you think about that game? Were you able to catch any of it?
Caught a little bit at the end. Wow, that was so tense in that final year. I agree with what you were all saying about the sort of dynamism that a short game, that an early time draw like these 1907 games give us, and real like nail biter in the last in that last turn. Even I was looking at the board going, oh my god, England's got it. No, wait, hold on, they've gone down one. What? So fascinating.
Yeah, I remember I was actually having this conversation. We had our monthly Weasels Bar game on Tuesday, and we've got a lot of new players joining, which is really exciting. We had kind of lost a lot of our core players over lockdown, and we've got a whole new generation coming in. And spoiler alert, some of them are going to be really good. But we were just talking about, like, a lot of them have primarily been playing our bar games, which tend to end around 1906 or 1907 because of timing. And I was just commenting how we'd have a lot of people come travel and visit and play the games. And by the way, if you're ever traveling and want to visit, let us know. We'll oftentimes can put a game together. But people would just comment about how it's like such a different way to play diplomacy on those short games. And for a long time, I think there was an attitude amongst many that it's like, oh, well, that's not real diplomacy. Like, real diplomacy's untimed or whatever. And like, yeah, that's a great way to play diplomacy. But you know what else is really fun? Games with short timelines. And you know who figured that out a long time ago? It's Europe. So this game, I've said this a lot recently, there's so many different ways to enjoy this game. And if you find it enjoyable, go do it. If you don't enjoy it, there's lots of other ways that you can enjoy that as well. So I'm glad we get the opportunity to show off some of these shorter time limits, and it can be a really, really fun way to play this game. All right, enough talking by me. Let's get to our next game. Zoe, will have you take the lead on this one. And this is it. This is the first Polish language game in Virtual League, our broadcast at least. And all new players. So we'll just take a look at them. And then we're going to get right to the game.
Amazing. All right. Polish language, let's go. So we immediately see a Trieste loan, presumably. So Venice walking straight into Trieste, and either Austria didn't know or doesn't care. We see some fairly standard openings. I note that Paris is supported into Burgundy. So now France has a little bit of play there, and it's going to be, I was about to say it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Germany to take Belgium, but I don't know. That was a bad take. I'm just looking at the board again. So Eddie goes to Norwegian, London goes to North Sea. We're set up for convoys there. It'll be interesting to see how the West shakes out and what the dynamics are there in terms of where that army in Yorkshire goes. We see no bounce in Galicia. I think that's notable. Warsaw goes straight in to Galicia, and also no bounce in the Black Sea. Fascinating. So potentially Trieste was agreed, but I'm not sure that Vienna was, and Russia is helping out Italy there. That's interesting to me. Elsewhere, we see everyone wanting that army out of Burgundy and into Belgium. Nice. The army in England that I had a question mark simply goes to London, perhaps building trust with France there. Elsewhere, we see Denmark taken, Sweden taken, there's no opposition, and Norway taken. And everywhere else, it's fairly standard, although I just keep looking at that support into Vienna. Ouch.
I do too, but it's a little bit of a teaching moment because I know the Poles, are aggressive in war. This is a little too aggressive. I think Trieste needed to support Galicia to Vienna. I know there's probably a concern it would get cut, but now Austria is still going to build and is going to build in Trieste, and that's probably something Italy doesn't want to see. So I would have, and Italy would have had Trieste anyways, right? So if you're going to kill Austria, the other way probably would have been a little more advisable. I think you're looking at an RT here. I do note France with 3 builds. So whether or not that ends up being a early leader syndrome or not for France, I don't know, but wonderful start to the game. And obviously some new stuff, which is fun to watch.
I've run the statistics. 3 build Germany usually not good for Germany. I don't remember the stats on a 3-build France, though. That one seems like it might be a little more. A
It's
little
already a good power. Then they
Exactly.
started.
So,
3
we'll
builds,
even
yeah.
react. But in this position, I have seen a 3-build Andrew Goff wave 2. I've seen other people wave 1. Will our Polish players choose the wave? No. But that is some
Would have been no fleets. That's
power.
hilarious. It's like, you're not taking France. I don't care what you're doing. I'm keeping France.
You can swim around me, but you're not coming onto my mainland.
I think it's the French equivalent of we'll fight them on the beaches. So, all right, Dad, what are we looking at in spring of 02?
France is putting all those armies on the line, trying to help England here, which is good because France really needs English fleets now. He doesn't care about Portugal, so he's just going with English fleets. I love it, by the way. Meanwhile, Russia's like, I'm going to attack Germany. Germany's got to defend against France. He's going to Baltic. He's like, I want Sweden. Turkey here tries to take Greece. That's not going to work because Italy, we just went into Vienna, supporting it. Italy totally not worried about Trieste or the Vienna thing. He's going to Piedmont. Love it.
There's also no convoy order written for Smyrna. For Aegean, rather. So that was a very hopeful.
It wouldn't have mattered, right? But it's because of the Ionian support. But yeah. Okay, 1902. Yeah. Okay, this time Austria takes Venice. It's hilarious. It's all one big trade, but Austria, it turned from 2 green and 1 red to 2 red and 1 green. Let's see here. France is in Munich. Those armies are paying off. Are we going to build another army now, or we get a fleet this time? That'll be curious. I don't know why. Yeah, Skagerrak got to Sweden. Okay, saw that. All right, so England's going to get a build here, but Russia got into Berlin, so not a good year for Germany.
Chris Kelly calling out swim.
Just trying real hard.
Loving dip chat. Thank you all. Whenever 2, we do get a fleet and a fleet in Brest, no less. What is that saying, Zoe?
Yeah, I was actually wondering about that because I saw that Marseille was going to be occupied, and the obvious choice, I mean, in this position to me would have been to build Fleet Marseille because you've been working with England fairly well and Germany's going down. Why would you build Fleet Brest now? I suppose there's always the diplomatic argument that Brest is more flexible than it looks. And that's what I'd be saying in this situation. I'd be going, don't worry. It's, it's got everywhere to go to. Look at all these places it can go to that aren't English Channel. Yeah. All right. So, and then it goes to English Channel. So that's also a choice. I mean, you can always say these things and then move to English Channel anyway. That's one of the nice things about France. Marseille goes to Piedmont. I'm enjoying this. Italy's had to go back on the defensive, and France is like, oh, really? You're going back to defend? Okay. And Austria, once and for all, saying, hey, that, Trieste loan was one thing. Vienna loan, I'm now recouping on that. Thank you. Payback. And also goes to Rome, as you do. I kind of love this. I'm just hearing like circus music in my head of Venice trying to bounce Rome and not just walking. No, hold on. Piedmont's like, come on, get out. And Venice goes, okay, I'll just go elsewhere. I'll just keep walking. I'll just keep walking through your centers. And what else? Sevastopol moves to the Black Sea. Turkey looks fairly well placed to defend, but they will have to be focusing on defense for a little bit. But they do have the benefit that since AI are fighting, AI is probably not rushing to take them out. it would be more just dealing with Russia, which is advantageous.
Kind of reminds me. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, go on, Ed, please.
It reminds me of my first game we ever played in the Houston League. It was a bunch of new players, and I was trying to explain that, like, maybe they wanted to have some alliances, and they're like, "You told us we had to get supply centers. That's what this game is about." So, like, we're taking supply centers, okay, wherever they are on the board. If they're adjacent to us, that's a score I can get. I'm like, go for it. Have fun.
Oh, beautiful. I'm enjoying this Russian and German cooperation. That's so ouchy for Germany in this position. It's like, hey, I'm in 2 of your home centers, but you know what? We'll make sure you get Munich back. All good, pal, and yeah, ouch. So that Black Sea fleet seems fairly mild at present. Maybe it's just, a facade to sort of get the rest of the board calmer about working with Russia, which, if so, good job. I have no idea what's going on the Italian boot. What is happening? Oh, right. So everything is as it should be, I suppose. Trieste is red again. Venice and Rome are green again. Oh, and Austria's gone down 1 because Bulgaria has gone to Greece. But Austria in the Ionian, never count out Austria in the Ionian. Little red boat that could. I hope they don't disband the fleet. I suspect they might, but I hope they don't.
There's like 4 more years, but I wish it was 40. To be honest with you, this is a lot of fun.
So much fun.
It would go 40 more years, by the way, based on what we're seeing. So, like, that's not aspirational.
Little red.
I love
boat,
I love the army
boat.
of Kara. I love the army. It's like, I'll tell you how you're not going to get my stuff. 3. Look at my little line is Turkey. That's awesome.
I am really enjoying the repeated thing in this game of, like, you are not coming onto my land. No. You can swim around me. You're in the Black Sea. That's fine. Whatever. But you're not coming here. We're like arm in arm along the coast.
It's the what is it? The Coca-Cola. Everybody's holding hands around the world.
Oh gosh. And I'm noting that Fleet Liverpool, which goes to North Atlantic, and I'll hand over to you now, Ed.
Oh, sure. Well, France is back in Munich with Italian help. This is not good for Germany because Germany lost Holland here. Sorry, Quito. Maybe the way things are going, though, you might be back in one of your centers at the in the fall. I don't know. England's got arrows going everywhere. So, but they did help France. Oh, France went into Tunis. This is a great game for France. This is a fantastic game for France, by the way. So France is into Tunis. Let's see. Turkey got an order correct this time with the move to Bulgaria. That's really helpful. And retreats to Albania. So I don't know what's going to happen in the fall. Oh, and Sweden got lost to Russia. That's pretty cool.
Trying to read what happened with that army in Greece, and it's because Ionian did not order a convoy. Ionian supported into Serbia.
Right.
So I was misreading that one. So all right.
Mm-hmm.
In the fall, Germany was supposed to, like, Helgoland thought Germany was going to Ruhr. Ruhr to Kiel, but his other unit wasn't going there. It's going to Burgundy. It's kind of funny. England got Sweden back, but loses Denmark for his troubles. Austria is moving. It looks like AI made up. Austria is moving on Turkey. Turkey, Armenia to Sev. That's a valid order. You can do that if you want. That would have been a good order if you could have done it. Okay, that's all I got.
Yeah, I am wondering about the lack of that Armenian move to Sevastopol because I guess you could have said up till, like, right now, perhaps Russia there's a world in which Russia could have talked themselves out diplomatically and said, "Oh no, I'm still working with you, Turkey. I'm still working with you. Please don't move to Sevastopol." But I don't know. Surely, again, trust but verify, and fascinating. But I am loving this French position. What on earth? All the armies have walked up to Belgium, Holland, Kiel, and then one of your 2 fleets as France is just sitting in Tunis, with almost no opposition from any fleets. Who knows? You might get Ionians soon. Um,
He's got to build 2 armies. Well, he doesn't have to build 2 armies, but I bet you he builds 2 armies.
All right, host privilege. Who do you like? I pick France. So, what did the 2 of you pick, if not France? Zoe, we'll start with you.
Oh, if not France, I might have said Italy before French Tunis. Maybe Russia, honestly. Although that sort of stretched out position in the center of the board is kind of tenuous, I think if you can sow some discord between France and England, and perhaps work with Italy, as we've seen happen in the earlier in the game, you might be able to grow a bit from here. It just basically relies on causing enough chaos and confusion that you can still profit and keep a clear head. So I'd say Russia. They have a narrow path, as one Max Wanji-Robanks was fond of saying at the Cane Toad Classic. A narrow path.
I probably would go England, but I think Austria is not in a bad spot here. If Russia gets committed against Turkey and Austria can and Italy is fighting France, England's got some problems, but it could happen.
Yeah, the question for me will be, will these players, I'm not really sure how what their experience is with diplomacy overall. I know that it's probably newer on the virtual scene, at least. Will they be able to organize a defense against France, or will they just keep growing? So that'll be the storyline I'm keeping my eye on for the next couple of turns. All right, we got 2 fleets for France, and okay, spring of 05, Zoe.
Spring of 05. So maybe Russia doesn't even have to sow discord between EF. The discord appears to be there already. English Channel to Irish Sea, Brest to English Channel. Marseille goes to Lyon, fine. I mean, France already has all the sort of play in the med for this year, I think, compared to everyone else, even though, Naples gets into Tyrrhenian Sea. Okay, so you're going to take Tunis back, presumably, if Austria and Italy can get along for another turn. All right, we do see Russia making those solid moves against Turkey. Just smooth, slower progress here, but I think that's actually smart. As Russia, you always look big once you start picking up centers, so going a bit slower, even though we've only got a few years, is kind of, I think, the way to keep the board distracted enough from you. We see Denmark going into Kiel. Unfortunately, England does follow up behind into Denmark. Not ideal for Russia. Interesting. Austria seems quite doggedly focused on that one Turkish army that I wouldn't have thought could do much damage. But you know what? Sometimes it's satisfying to blow up an army. Sometimes you just want to blow up an army. I get it. Yeah.
They get not guaranteed Tunis. Well, they are now, based on that.
Fascinating. I'm
Oh, okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I forgot. I got the year.
No, the trading. Me too. That's all good. So I think this is at first I went, oh, why wouldn't Italy go in? And then I'm thinking, no, that's actually very smart, both positionally and just in terms of getting that fleet out of Ionian Sea. You use Austria as the tip of the spear to go into the Med. I think that's actually quite positive. Kills two birds with one stone. Elsewhere, Austria has noticed that Russia was going to be growing, so they've said, "Okay, let's even out the scales a little bit there. You and Italy seem to be getting along quite well. Let's forcibly get along. I'm going to become your neighbour in Bulgaria, which was yours. Sorry." England heads into Kiel, so that narrow path of causing confusion and holding that Russian position in the center of the board, I think the fleet has sailed on that one. I'm appreciating the England's shuffle up north, around Scandinavia and Russia, like northern Russia. This is what you should be doing in order to make ground. I did notice the ouchy sort of coast confusion that catches a lot of, not to assume, but it does catch newer players. It's caught me before, with the North Coast trying to go to Bosnia. So shuffling around to get an army in there is the right call. Yeah, interesting. Noting that the fleet in Tunis is blown up as well, which surprises me a little. It seems like a better choice might have been to retreat to Wes. So I'm interested to see what they make of that, since they do have a fair bit of space to build, and I believe they are. Are they going up?
No, they
No,
are.
they've
Oh,
gone.
because of that, because they blew it up, they can rebuild.
This does make more sense.
It's a good year for England. I was going to, Brian, if you just go back, just as a small teaching moment, which maybe this is a bad thing to point out. Maybe I'm not as clever. It's definitely a guess between Liverpool or London, right? So France puts the correct orders in, but if it's me, I'd much rather bounce out of London and let a fleet into Liverpool, than let any French fleet be adjacent to the North Sea. And so I would have moved to London there and let him take Liverpool, but it's a small thing.
It's the kind of stuff, Ed, that I, even after all these years, still appreciate reminders on. So that's a good thing. Like, you get in the heat of the moment, and it's easy to overlook some things sometimes. So just getting those reps in, and that's one of the values of being able to watch games like this, is you get.
Zoe, that's really bad. Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right, winner vote 5. We've got Fleet in Liverpool, and my favorite build every game, Fleet Trieste.
Mine too. 2 little red fleets that could. Oh,
and
my
that
goodness.
was enough. They said we got the fleet mission accomplished. Game over.
Oh my goodness.
All right, Zoe. I mean, congratulations, France. That is absolutely dominant. What was the story of the game for you?
Oh, I think it's really that moment when we all kind of went, oh, armies, only armies for France. We went, oh no, this is clearly France going, well, actually, oh yes, oh yes. I France played really well. There were a few moments where I noticed they must have just done that thing where they convince everyone on the board to look elsewhere. I can't believe that I didn't even notice, I think a few turns ago, that they had a fleet in Western Med. And perhaps that's actually, part of the, I'm going to call it psyops, of building so many armies at the start and having so few fleets, is those fleets are maybe relatively more free to, paddle around without people noticing where they're going and how much of a threat they are. Very well played by France.
Look, I got a lot of problems. I almost hate starting a diplomacy game because I have to feel like I put all this pressure on myself, and sometimes that gets the better of me, and I hate it. But then you go to a game like this, and you remember that all these players went and played for fun, and it's a fun game, and it's supposed to be fun, and it's 8-7-7-7. And I almost willing to bet they all had a good time, even Germany, and I'm so like, more of these games and less of the other games that are supposedly, higher level. This was great.
Yeah, absolutely. Chaos can be fun, and C dot take dot can be fun. As long as it's not against me, I'm all for it. So, yeah, man, I'm so excited that we got to cover this game. I hope that everybody had a good time, and I hope we get to see more of this. All right, so I think it is time for Ed to take a break, and we're going to welcome David back to the stream. David, welcome back.
Hey, y'all.
And let's pull up our final game of the 7 Years' War of the Night. All right, so this game is played in the German language. So there are a few players here that we may know a little bit more, be a little bit more familiar with. David, I think this will be your game to call. So why don't you introduce the players that you recognize, and then we'll get to our game.
Well, I immediately recognized Nicolas Taillet. I haven't seen him play in a long time. Very active player during the virtual era in both VDL and in other formats, DBNI, for example. So it's great to see him back playing 7 Years War. And of course, Simon Wiesenthrup, you can't go past him either. Lots of success in the last year to year and a half that Simon has had. So it'll be fun to watch him play this game as the Italian. The other players, don't really recognize the names.
Right. Well, we will learn more about them. Zoe, what are you watching for in this one?
I'm interested to see, particularly if some of the players located in Germany might have played together, and how that influences the game.
All right, Spring 1901, David.
Okay, I don't understand what's happening here because there's not two armies from France going to Picardy and Burgundy, so I don't understand how you can do an opening without that. I don't understand how Kiel can go to Denmark as the fleet in the spring 1901. When does that happen? I don't understand how you see a bouncing Galicia because, we never see that anymore. So all of this is actually pretty standard stuff. And we do have the old school Turkish opening there, as we talked about in a previous game. So really just sort of all standard stuff. I think we'll be more educated about this game as we go into the fall term, perhaps, and then in 1902. Because then the question becomes, who's going to get Belgium? And in this case, the Germans. And they are the ones. I think Karsten got 3 builds in an earlier game as France. Here we've got Robin getting 3 builds as the Germans in a 1901 game. So the fleet going into Romania can be important. Sometimes people see that as a pro-Austrian way to take that because it's not the army going in. It can't touch Budapest. The convoy to Greece, of course, is the main thing that we're seeing in this particular game. The Trieste thing could have been loan, but you turn the Trieste loan into the Greece grab. And now he's got 2 centers from the Balkans, and Austria ain't got nothing.
This has got to become a thing. The Trieste loan becoming the Greece grab, possibly the quote of the episode. Yeah. Oh my goodness. So 3 build Germany, just wanted to shout out. I was taught when I first started playing that 3 build Germany, it never prospers. I can say now, I don't believe that anymore. I think if you have a good ally, 3 build Germany can be beautiful, but I'm interested to see whether, this is a beautiful, beautiful epic or a cautionary tale. I think we're about to find out.
And are we going to see a fleet breast? That would be good for the Germans. There we go. 2 fleets. All right. So this is very FG-ish against the English kind of building. So we shall see if that's where it goes, but that is definitely what those builds are telling us. We missed the fact that the Russians had built a second fleet of the South.
Oh, my goodness.
That is one of those things like maybe that might work out okay, potentially, maybe kind of, sort of.
Fascinating. All right. Spring 02. So it does look like, yep, a fairly strong FG. And in my experience, that is the way that 3-build Germany can do well. It does give you that sort of strategic confidence to lock in and not feel threatened by the, really strong defensive position that France just has naturally by virtue of where it is on the board.
Hey, Zoe, did we miss that the Italians built Fleet Venice? I know I did.
Oh my God. Okay.
I totally missed that.
Fleet Venice. Yeah, the normal obvious place. But it's Zimon. I honestly, far be it from me to question Zimon's builds. I'm interested to see what he does with it. At first, it's Adriatic, which all sort of makes sense. I'm fascinated. Just it seems like Italy is reading Austria's mind and just following through. There's the support from Bulgaria, which is not only cut but popped. But it wasn't even needed. It was just, read really well. Oh, there is a support from Trieste as well. That's helpful, but again, wasn't even needed. And elsewhere, we have Russia helping out England, kind of quickly sussing out, okay, you've got a strong FG here. It's probably in my interest to avoid, getting tackled by Germany, that we work together. England gets into the English Channel, which is really going to help, I think, slow down the advance of the FG. And that's what I've got for now. Serbia goes into Bulgaria. I think we mentioned, just noticing Russia finding a few friends and working with them productively.
Yeah, let me just make one educational point again for people that may be learning the game. If you're in Vienna, hold is not the right answer. Go ahead and hit Trieste. You're clearly facing an Italian enemy. So I'm not sure really that you want to move away from your Italian enemy to go to Bulgaria to begin with. But at the very least, go ahead and hit Trieste if you got nothing else to do. Hold really doesn't do anything for you. So I'm not completely 100% against holding, but make sure that you don't have any reasonable alternative to holding before you submit that order.
That's a very good point.
Clip that little soundbite. David Hood not totally against holding. Play that next time.
I'm just largely against holding.
Okay.
Oh dear. Okay. So Brest is now in English Channel, and England has to retreat. Again, interesting that had been a hold order. Okay. Yeah, England, this is a rough turn for England. Helgoland gets into North, Brest gets into English Channel. Now England is on the defensive, and Russia's kind of gone, you know what? I saw the strategic value in helping you work against these guys, but now I'm not so sure. I think I will have Norway, thank you. And they're also picking up Budapest. Tyrolia goes to Vienna. I think, oh my goodness. It's almost a total takeout of Austria. No one appears to be particularly happy with Austria. We've got Black Sea going into Bulgaria, retaking that. They are on 1 in Greece, I believe, but everything else has gone. Tyrolia has taken Vienna. Italy's supporting Russia into Budapest. Serbia is taken. I'm noticing as well, I can't believe, again, there's so many things, there's so much happening on these boards that we keep missing things that in other games we'd be talking about for the whole turn. Tunis is still neutral. Tunis is neutral. Tunis in the pocket. I love this.
There's time. There's time.
100% there's time, and I kind of love that. I like doing this as France. I like doing this as Italy. You have one center that's really distant for anyone else to get to, 1 or 2, and you just keep them in pocket when I need them. I don't need to grow that big right now. I can just wait. I can wait. I've got time. Not as long as in an unlimited game, but I've got time. And yeah, good turn for not England, not Austria, but pretty much everyone else. It's a solid turn. Even Turkey, that's not growing. I think this is a nice place for Turkey to be. You don't have really strong opposition right now, and that gives you You have time to bide.
All right, on our Hold Watch feature, Hold Watch with David Hood, Army Picardy, Army Paris, Army Spain, all holding. No, self bounce in Burgundy. If you want to stay where you are, that's fine. But self bounce in Burgundy just to make sure, and move that guy to Gascony. There's not really any reason to leave him in Spain. Yes, you can convoy with him later, and you can do that from Gascony too. But at least you're further back to home. Do not hold unless you have no reasonable alternative to holding.
So looking, catching up on chat a little bit, get Tom saying Apulia to Greece not seen often in 01. I would say that this entire Greece-Italy approach that we've seen in this game so far, it's a very, like, this was more common back in the 2000s. This would not have been unusual around that time period. So this definitely can work. But I want to really use this as a point to just kind of shout out Nicolas Taillet. Like it looked like he had an error coming at him. And like the reason that happened is Turkey was able to cut a deal. And that's what you need to do. Turkey's on their back foot, but you know what? I don't think that there's an error still. And so I think that like all things, like, yeah, it may not be the ideal state, but at least you've got an opportunity to keep fighting, and perhaps there will be a chance later in the game. So really like to see that from Nicola there. And it's just fun to see that.
What does he build here? What does Nikolai build here? The fleet East Coast is sort of so you'd think you might want to build a fleet, but then 3 fleets ain't that good either, or could maybe not that good either. So I don't know. I'd probably build a fleet, Smyrna. Make sure the Italians are not coming after me once Greece is dead. But it's a good question.
I think you kind of have to. I mean, an army's, if Russia's not coming for you, you can potentially shuffle things around, but a fleet is probably a safer choice. Yeah, I'd agree.
I don't know. I mean, you could make an argument for an army. I'm just saying that it's an interesting choice here. A lot of it's diplomatically. How's your relationship?
I will make the argument for the army. I think that it's diplomatically stronger, and I think that you, like, if I'm Italy, I certainly don't want to see that fleet. So I think there's no reason for Turkey to have a third fleet if Italy is their ally. And if Italy is not the ally, then Nicola is horribly out of position. All right, 1902. We do see a fleet, not where I thought.
Was not expecting it in Ancora. I was not expecting that.
And we got some interesting builds on this turn. Let everybody take a look at that. And
South
then
Coast.
David, spring of 03.
All right, and if we go into the South Coast, it's got to go to Bothnia, pretty much. Germany reacts to that, but basically had to react to that. Is that going to make a difference here in the dismemberment of England? Is Germany going to feel like they can't do that anymore because they got to worry about the Russians? It kind of looks like that a little bit. So that might have saved Caden's bacon, so to speak, although the French are still coming, but the French only have 2 fleets. Let's go back in the east for a minute. So that the German Expeditionary Force, the GEF, that's currently in Vienna, is now being put in Budapest. So it's Zeman really doing some good moves here. Does not take Greece. Why did they not take Greece? Because they supported the Turks into the Aegean. Okay. So that is a way to do that. I'm not sure I understand the point of that. Just take Greece. The Turks could have bounced the Austrians in the Aegean. The Aegean fleet's gone. I'm not sure why you bother doing it this way, unless Nicolas said, I want you to do it this. I want you to do it this way. And Simon said, jawohl.
I don't know if I've ever seen all 5 Black Sea adjacent supply centers.
I think Ed is right. And of course, one of them just got killed. But besides that, I wonder if Nicola was expecting the Italians to put them into Greece. That almost what it looks like there. And that might have been the arrangement. Yeah, you know, put me in Aegean and then put me in Greece. That might have actually been had to have been the arrangement. Italy took Bulgaria. Okay, so this is Italy basically going back on the deal. Was probably never in with Turkey anyway. This was always going to be some kind of wintergreen situation.
Mm.
So, or at least on the short-term basis. This is 1907 games. You don't have to make long alliances. And some European players don't play with long alliances at all. They look at you funny if you say, "I want an alliance that goes the whole game." They look at you funny. So that's just not the way some 1907 games get played by people who are familiar with playing 1907 games. Convoy to Wales, that ain't good, Caden. That ain't good. That's a good move for Marvin there. What else? Fleet Baltic is not. We talked about this in an earlier game. That's not a great place to have an enemy fleet, but I'm not sure it really makes that much difference. As well positioned as the Germans are in general.
I'm interested. I think you were saying, David, that you don't think the IT was ever on. If it was on, surely the last turn was a stab with Bulgaria, and then also not supporting them into Greece. I mean, good play from Simon. And I'm interested by the Russian positioning in Norwegian, and also that they could potentially convoy from Norway. I wonder if they're trying to get a foot in the door and get some of the spoils of England, or whether there's a longer game happening here.
Gosh, that situation in the Balkans is so odd. You've got the Germans that got in there. Really, when Germany goes and takes stuff like that, they can't hold it, really, unless somebody lets them. So what are they doing there? They're doing there to help the Italians get the best of the Russians, which is what's getting ready to happen after Turkey's contained. And this game, I understand that France is going to make some progress here, probably going to take Liverpool and all that, but this is really Simon's game to lose from this position, just given the position itself. I know Germany's got 9 centers, but they can't keep the 2 in the Balkans. So this is a fascinating game.
Oh, wow. Okay, so Turkey seems to be a bit of a sellsword at the moment. Okay, if Italy and I aren't working together, then Russia want to chat. But also being, having that chat included, an element of the conversation being them in the Black Sea. So Greece moves into Aegean, so it really is it was intended to be full force ahead, Italy against Turkey here, really without much Russian involvement at all by the looks. But Turkey has changed that conversation significantly. This is probably the point where I suspect we might see Tunis taken out of necessity next turn. Speaking of Germany not being able to hold their centres, immediately walking out of Budapest into Vienna, and Galicia walks into Budapest. Interesting with the Trieste hold. Crossing to hold watch. What do we think about that hold?
Yeah, I don't think much of it. And it may just be because Simon didn't know what to do with it, but Swanee, he could have done something other than this. I want to say I misread this entirely. I thought that it was going to be hard for the Germans and the Russians to disentangle. They have made quite a beneficial deal for each other here. They've disentangled. The fleet in Baltic's being killed on purpose so that they can have a more stable border. So they have really been able to turn this around on Simon, actually, in the Balkans. And I was not expecting that at all.
And I think we've buried a couple of leads. So firstly, I'd like to note the Russian convoy is on, and now there's a Russian army in Clyde.
Yep.
The other thing is this looks like argy-bargy between the FG. I'm noting that North went to English Channel. And as you were noting, David, with that arrangement being worked out with Russia and Germany, my goodness, Germany's feeling comfortable if they are moving North Sea when there's a Russian fleet in Norwegian. My goodness. Though I suppose that popping of the Baltic fleet probably helps with that confidence. And in general, those armies look like they're starting to line up against France. And I'm noticing Tyrolia moving to Piedmont. So I wonder if Simon's in on it. It would make sense.
Well, I think Zimon was not expecting what happened to him in the Balkans. So I don't know if that Piedmont thing's not going to come back, but we shall find out.
We shall indeed. Confident Piedmont goes for Marseille. Why not? Munich goes to Tyrolia. Ouch. Vienna goes to Trieste. Double ouch. With support from Budapest. Triple ouch. Seems like everyone has cottoned on to the fact that this has been Zimon's game and gone, actually, we'd like a little more chaos. Thank you. Where's the chaos? And Russia's supporting themselves into Edinburgh. So out of that, a big FG, like obviously going for England. Of course, who gets the first English dot? Russia, duh. Okay. I'm enjoying the German shuffle. It's one of these things that it's like it's not a stab in the sense that it's unexpected. This is very now anticipated because all those armies just walking sort of down south. I'm wondering as well, that move to Tyrolia now that Germany is in Trieste and has still held Vienna, which is impressive. That's going to spell trouble for Italy, I feel.
Hey, Marvin, Wales had to be the moving unit there. Wales had to be the moving unit. It doesn't matter which way you go, I guess, London or Liverpool. I would have gone Liverpool, but London. What else was London supposed to do but hit Wales? You got to move. Let that be the moving unit.
Well, I wanted to pause here. David, you had said about how in some of these European games that you can get a target if you step out ahead too quickly. And we were singing the praises of Zimone and what that position looked like. And I think we clearly did see the board respond to that and quickly. And I think that's just really good for those of us. Like, it's not always a good thing to do. Like, I'm a big fan of finding your ally and let's just go stick together and race to the end. Like, I like playing that kind of style. But another style is to try and play this balance of power. And I think that's a tool to put in your toolbox. So this is a good example of some players finding some creative ways, especially Germany and Russia, on how to find ways to balance that out in a way that was beneficial to both of them while stopping that leader.
And the main thing that happened to Zimone is he lost the PR campaign for German assistance. He lost that to the Russia. That was the main thing. You've also got Nicolas Taillet, who's no diplomatic slouch, over there helping to get on the anti-Simon Wiesenthal train. So there were some things that were going against him there. His position's not shot. He's still around, but you're right that this game has got a lot more ebb and flow than some other games we have seen.
And who else is still around is Nicolas Taillet lurking in the back right-hand corner over there. That could play a significant role in what happens in the rest of the East here.
And again, for people watching this game, why would the Italians get rid of their fleet in Aegean as opposed to retreating to Ionian? The answer is because they were hoping they were going to be able to. I don't think they are. Well, yeah, they're going to rebuild because they took Tunis. So the idea is to rebuild in Venice or rebuild somewhere else that where you think maybe you already think you've got enough fleets. Maybe you're going to build an army Venice here because you got 2 Germans on Venice. That might be, or they're not going to build. So they must have lost 2. They lost 2 centers. That's right. They lost 2 centers. Then so the losing the fleet. So in that situation, why not just retreat it to Ionian and let people guess what you're going to do with your disband?
All right, winner of 1904. We'll play Who Do You Like? David Hood, this is your pick first.
Well, my picks that so far have not been good. And I really did think Simone was going to win that battle for the German help. Did not work at all. Russia is in much better position here than perhaps anyone could have been expecting. So it's either them or the Germans. Obviously, they're both at 10 and 9. I think I'm going to say Russia. Some of this depends on how Nicolas Taillet fits into the equation in the Balkans, but I'm going to say Russia is my pick. It's hard to argue with their position here.
Yeah, I almost struggle not to say Russia as well, but we can't
You can if you
both be
want to.
voting.
No, you can if
No,
you want
no,
to.
we can't possibly pick the same person. I will make the case for Germany here. Just in terms of, I think they've been pretty responsive to dynamics on the board. They've been adaptable. They've pivoted. They've, started working with people when certain alliances have wavered. And I mean, I guess the thing about quick growth, sort of like looking at why Russia might not win as well, is that can really, that's the sort of thing that can make a board really sit up and say, hold on, what? You went up 4? You've got a built-in pocket. You went up 4, and they might all join hands, Coke commercial, but on the offensive, and turn around against Russia, which is possible, particularly noting that Turkey is still very much alive.
So you know about the I'd like to teach the world to sing in perfect harmony, holding the hands. You were
I
that is
know
way
so
before
much.
your time. That is way before your time.
David, I fear you underestimate how much American cultural capital, soft power, has influenced my nation. I know so much about the US, and yet the misconceptions about us riding kangaroos to school still perpetuate in the US.
Wait, that's not a thing.
I mean,
I
yes,
am just
here's the
hearing
thing.
it for the first time. Wow.
I've got an electric kangaroo now.
I think it
I'm
would be
charging
cooler
it
if it
with a
was a
power
thing.
point.
It needs to be a thing, or at least a wallaby or something. It needs to be a thing.
I mean,
Got
the
the
issue is that they're herd animals. They're herd
Oh,
animals, and they'll just follow a flock. So you have to all be sort of all going in the same direction. Otherwise, they get confused, and you don't get to school on time.
yeah,
it's
that's a
convenient
good
to have the pouch for your fosters, though. So, all right,
Oh God, Foster's. Moving on, please.
all right. Spring of '05.
Okay, David, I think this is you.
Yeah, I don't actually know anymore. I don't know anything. My entire worldview is screwed up because I've always thought you guys did have kangaroos on the way to school. So I don't even know how to respond to this board, except that I will say that the Russians are moving more armies in position. The Germans understand that the threat to their potential board top is the Russians, and so then that they are now coming back, and trying to defend and trying to do the best they can vis-a-vis the Russians. The French finally do take Liverpool. Now, London's in Wales, so they're going to have to be careful in the fall turn because who knows what's going to happen with the rest of the centers. But with Germany moving away from the French, does this now give, somebody like the Simon or the French a possibility to, do they have time to come back and compete? Only if the Russians lose centers quickly. And what is Nikolai doing? Nikolai Taye doing? He's taking Bulgaria. And Greece.
Oh my goodness.
Yep.
The resurgence.
Germans take Norway. Let's see what else is happening. The French do not take London. Irish Sea to Mid-Atlantic makes a lot of sense. You don't want the Russians in a 1907 game getting behind you and taking shots at your centers. Anything else happen in the Balkans? Not really, other than the taking of Greece, it looks like, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm a little sad that the Russians went to Norwegian. I mean, I understand, but turn around and go to Norwegian. Stay in North Atlantic. Continue having a hand in that conversation. In my opinion, do note that France holds Liverpool. Nothing particularly goes wrong there.
I want to just give Caden a shout out. Good defense of London there. It's been a kind of a rough couple turns, and it's easy sometimes for players to give up. And I like to see the fight. And good guess, good defense. Taye's moves are the ones that or builds are the ones that are the most interesting to me. I've got my eye on. What is that saying to you, Zoe? You've got your mouth covered, so there's something. It's either that or it's
You said that you have your eye on, and I think Nicolas Taillet also has his eye on if he wants it. It's right there. It's open. There's nothing in it. But Army Con. I mean, I'm interested to see how this goes. The fleet build in Smyrna is correct, and Italy is not looking particularly well defended by sea right now. I will say that. And elsewhere, we have Fleet Brest. We're losing. So Russia's disbanding Romania. Probably the right choice. I'm glad that they are keeping that influence over in the West.
Yeah, that's probably important to whatever chance they've got left here.
And another hold, and I guess it's easy to say with 2020 vision, rear vision, that you could have just walked to London, and by goodness, you would have held London had you walked to London. But coulda, woulda, shoulda. Meanwhile, Germany continues to advance against Russia. It's the right call. Advancing in sort of the center and the north. And defending well against Russia retaking parts of Scandinavia. And I suppose the FG are somewhat back together again. I would assume that effectively France taking Eddie helps Germany, and that's probably why those armies sort of around each other's borders and neutrals are just holding. Simon's defending Ion wants to make it at least harder for Nicola to get in there. Con goes to Rum. I like that. I really like that. Oh, this is going to be dangerous. But Germany would probably be quite happy to see this as well, particularly if they don't know Nicola that well and think, oh, great, junior partner and taking apart Russia. Fantastic. Let's go.
Yeah, the words junior partner and Nicolas Taillet have never been used together before in a sentence in English or in French.
Or in German.
Or in German.
Oh, goodness. So, wow. Germany takes Warsaw. Germany takes St. Pete. Germany supports France into London. Thank you for playing, Caden. And Russia still has a friend, though. Russia and Italy still working together-ish, although Simon does say, okay, well, if I'm putting you into Trieste, we need to even things up here. I'm holding the line against Turkey now. I can't be going down a dot. I'll have Serbia, thank you very much. And yeah, wow. Very good turn from Germany.
Yeah, I picked up. Apparently, if I pick anybody tonight, they immediately lose because I was the one picking Russia there. They really Germany got the jump on them in a way that I was not expecting. This has really been quite a game for Robin in Germany.
Yeah, so the risk is in this kind of game, getting ahead too early. We've got 1 year left. Is it too early to go ahead this much for Germany? Can the rest of the board do anything about it?
I don't think it was too early at all. I think it was the right move and very well executed.
Too early for Russia, but not too early for Germany. Yeah. All right, we've got disbands of fleets. This makes sense. Russia's no longer in that England chat, which is now basically just an extension of France. To you, David.
Yeah, Warsaw to Moscow. I'm assuming Belgium to Holland was just giving that center to France, is what I'm assuming. He's also taking Edinburgh. Germans to Romania with support of the Russians. Yeah, the Russians have said, if I'm not going to win this game, I'm going to make sure Nicola doesn't win it, that scoundrel that attacked me from behind. So he's giving stuff to Germany. Now I understand that he's kicking Vienna out, but I think the idea was the Russians put Germany in Romania. So I don't think he'd have done that if his intentions were truly anti-German.
Absolutely not.
Fall turn. I mean, they're just really. Let's see. The Russians do take Warsaw back.
Oh
But
my goodness.
Germany's just got this game, right? Everybody was so far behind. There wasn't really anything else to do in 1987 except jockey for better placement.
But this was an incredibly dynamic
Oh,
turn.
wait,
and
France did get
they-
one within one. Okay. I thought they were going to get reasonably close, but I didn't realize it was within one. I missed that.
So, wow, this just even that final the final couple of years, this was incredibly dynamic. And seeing that final result makes me think potentially there was never true rupture between the FG. That sort of shouts to me like, I want to make sure you get a good score too. You've been helping me all game. Let's even it up a little bit. You're my ally. I want this to go well for both of us. Beautifully played by Germany. Very adaptable game. Working with people when they need to, not being afraid to change it up, but also not being afraid to, hold on in the background to an important alliance.
You may look at that ending setup and say, gosh, Germany's not in a very good position. If this game kept going, they would have lost definitely to the French. And the point is, right, but if it was that kind of game, it wouldn't look like this at the end of 19. It would have been played differently. So you got to adapt to the kind of game that you're playing. And obviously, he did that very well.
All right, well, I'm going to bring Ed back on. Ed, get to catch that game and give us your thoughts on what you saw.
Well, the game I'm watching, the Aggies just had a touchdown called back. I know you're playing some other game here.
College football.
I was looking at it very, very carefully. I thought it was a great game. It was really fun to watch as I was reveling in the Aggies' pain.
When does basketball season start? That's what I'm wondering.
So, David, what did we see from that feature league? Like, what was your takeaway?
Well, as you might expect, you saw some play that was not what you might see in other leagues. Some of the moves, some of the decisions made were different. Sometimes I think because you had people that were learning the game, relatively newer players to the game. Sometimes because you're playing a different game when you know it's going to end in 1907. And so there's some things that are done there that are just different. And that is so much fun. It's great to have diversity in the way the game is played, not just face-to-face versus virtual versus whatever, but played with different players and with different metas. So I think what we saw there was very much 1907 style games. And in addition to some game, some people who are learning the game, and that's going to be true too, because we all had to learn the game sometime. But I thought it was very exciting. There were lots of, at least in the games that I was paying attention to, I didn't watch as much the middle game that y'all were doing, but the other two games, there was a fair amount of back and forth and ebb and flow. And that's exactly what the adherence of a 1907 game will tell you, is that it leads to very fluid games. And of course, relatively shorter games, which is easier for people that are learning the game to digest.
Well, I want to thank y'all for covering those games, and to the organizers of that league. It's definitely such a great asset to the diplomacy hobby as a whole. 1907 games, shorter games. Definitely check it out if you're interested in being a part of that. Right now, though, we are going to switch back to the virtual diplomacy league again. We've got two final games to close out the night. Pulling up my screen, and then as I do that, we're going to take a look at our standings so we can kind of see where we are going into our last two games. So this will include the results from the games that we've seen so far, but it does not include our upcoming results. So just take a quick look at those standings, keep those in mind, and then...
How did Justin move from 19 boards to 12?
19 was the total DB&I games, 12 VDL. Yep. So, all right. So here is our next game, and I believe that it is. Let's see. Looks like Ed. We're gonna call you back. So go watch those Aggies lose, and we
I appreciate
will get you for the last game. And Zoe, that means you will lead us for our for this game in VDL 245 Spain. Who do we have playing?
Right. So we have Aurora, who's been playing tonight. We have updated names in the database, so this is the same Aurora. Hunter is back for more in England again as well, I note. Claire's in France. We've seen Claire have a lovely board top already, emulating Darcy Morris, as she said in the chat, playing 3 back to back to back. Christian Brown is back as well. We have Liam Bennett in Italy, Justin Law in Russia, and Emperor Sebas, who I think is Sebastian, who we've seen tonight already. Yep,
Yes.
in Turkey. Interested to see how the various dynamics, particularly of people who've already played together on boards this round, well, not this round, this night of VDL, this month of VDL. Interested to see how those dynamics shake out and what each other knows about each other now and how that informs the game.
Justin Lohr, one of the hottest players in 2025, not just in VDL, but in other iterations of the game. Knowing that he's got that commanding top spot, does that matter to the people around him in this game? We're going to find out.
Good question. All right, so we see fairly standard movements. I will call out that in Italy, Liam moves to Tuscany right away. Fascinating. And with a bit of a show of trust with Aurora, is moving Venice down to Apulia. And otherwise, we see a fairly, I was about to say a fairly standard Austrian opening, but Justin has gone to Galicia. So, you know, standard opening, a fairly standard opening for Austria if Russia plays ball. Russia's playing a completely different ball game. And we see bounce in the Black Sea, fairly standard movements, Contable, Smitikon, nothing particularly crazy up in England or in Germany, noting it's potentially just 1-1-1 on Belgium, so that will have to be worked out diplomatically.
You know, you don't often see when Russia goes north with the army to St. Pete, you don't often see them go to Galicia too. That's an interesting combination.
Very, yes. All right, so interesting. St. Pete goes to Finland, and Sweden is taken. We've got the fleet in Norway. Uncontested walk into Belgium from France. That is a 3-build France. The red boat is making some early positional gains and going to Ionian. So that is a 1-build Austria, as they've moved out of Serbia into Greece to be able to do that. And imagining, I suspect that Turkey might bounce them out of Greece and they might keep Serbia, because I personally don't love having Greece and then empty Serbia as Austria in this sort of a game. And Russia's in Romania, so 2 builds for Russia.
Chris Kelly pointing out the Austria-Russia hijinks. You were kind of alluding to that, Chris. I think in the immortal words of White Christmas, what we saw there was the theater. What happened to the theater? Now we know. It's apparently Galicia moving into Romania, and we have an early AR.
And they appear to be dancing really well. And it was all, as we know, the best things happen while you're dancing. Making more White Christmas references, people. Okay.
All right. Loving it. And boy, somebody who's probably not loving it is Hunter Catcher in England, seeing double fleets from Claire in France. Do you think this is anti-English, or is this maybe heading to the Med early? What are we thinking?
I think it's I've got 3 builds. I'm building 2 boats. Who knows where they'll go? Figure that out later. I want boats. I suspect that's what it is. Realistically speaking, I think the fact that Spain's south coast is a thing, I think Claire will be trying to firm up against Liam, conscious of Tunis being a fleet. I think that often signals Italy's intention to start pushing west relatively early. So I think that's relatively smart. Although, the fact that there's a red boat in Ionian does complicate that. And Aurora has built Fleet Trias. Oh, I'm so pleased. to
2
see that.
Austrian fleets, 2 of them, not 1, 2.
Oh, we saw the last game. Mission accomplished. We can draw right here. So we got that fleet.
Now, as fun as that is, Aurora is playing a dangerous game here. Dangerous game.
Why so, David?
Out of position. You're not. You better hope that Turkey and Russia just hit each other over and over again over the head, because otherwise you've really left yourself open. It's hard to. I mean, what do you do with the fleet if you're going to build it in Trieste? You're probably going to put it in the water or put it in Albania, and that's fine. You can still order Budapest to Trieste, but it's just kind of an iffy thing defensively. So we'll see.
All right, spring of 02, David.
Which is exactly what you do. You put that fleet in the water, and then you move Budapest to Trieste. You've got lots of Russian armies now around you. You tried to convoy into, maybe they were trying to rat here. This must be some kind of RAT arrangement that was being worked out. Just about had to be something like that in order for Aurora to try the convoy to Apulia. And if you're going to do the convoy to Apulia, you probably assume that you're going to bounce all that with the move. I don't know. Anyway, that's an interesting situation that I have said enough about as it is. Let's look at the West. The fleets really are going north. They were not. The French fleets were not going, at least not yet, into the Mediterranean. And that's because they, I think, are with a German ally. The German fleet going to the Helgoland Bight, and you've got the Russians helping against the English. Although they didn't build in St. Pete, I noticed. Normally, when you go to Finland, you then build in St. Pete, which did not happen. Which is that 2-pronged attack on Norway looks a little bit arranged, doesn't it? Why would you bother doing that if you could just retreat to St. Pete? You're moving out of Moscow, so you couldn't take St. Pete back. So this is some kind of ER theater going on.
So much theater.
Theater. Because you're putting the English in Denmark, so that means England should siege Norway, right? Maybe. That can be an ER border that makes sense. You have the Russians with Norway with an army, which means there's no more threat to St. Pete. So this can be a way to do an ER alliance. But Claire is coming. Just like winter, it can be coming. Claire is coming. North Atlantic, Mid-Atlantic, still bouncing the English and English Channel. All right, let's look at the South again. Do we have interesting things going on here? Yeah, I mean, the Russians really did pull the trigger, took Vienna, helped the Turks to take Bulgaria. Do I think Serbia is going to be empty again for 1902? Am I right? That definitely doesn't happen very often.
Now that it's not a kind of Austrian issue, I kind of love that Serbia's neutral. Why leave Tunis neutral? Why leave, say, Portugal neutral when you can leave Serbia neutral? It's so much more fun. I have to say what you pointed out, David, about the Norway for Denmark. If Russia is supporting you into Denmark, but allowing Germany to take the North Sea, is Russia your friend? That's my question that I'd be asking myself right about now.
Details. Don't bother me with the details. I'm an idea man. Don't bother me with the details.
Oh dear. So we see that there now is an army at St. Pete. Shock, horror, color me surprised. And we see sad that Ion has gone, but probably the right call. Germany goes down one, of course. I I wouldn't be too worried about that as Germany. This is very much a bide your time as long as you've got good people around you that you can work with. Again, as I say, I do not buy that the ER is a solid alliance. I think the long term might be GR, and France and Germany are getting along relatively well as well. This is a nice position on England.
We are on Clyde convoy watch, right? We're on Clyde
Oh.
convoy watch. There we go. Yep.
That was a great call. That was an incredible call. All right. So, yep. Headline: France is in Clyde. What takes it there? Yep, it's Mayo and Nao. And then, does Brest get into the channel? No, it does not. Although Germany did support it to go, but was cut, understandably. This is position, spring, center, fall. I think this is people lining up. I'm interested to see how the Germany-Russia thing shakes out. Because admittedly, a Russian fleet in Baltic does not scream GR, so maybe I'm wrong. Elsewhere, we see Turkey taking Serbia and Russia following up behind. And Ankh is wriggling around to con. Presumably, there's going to be an attempt to just sort out the remaining fragments of Austria, and then start to make some play into the Med.
Yeah, everything's coming up just in here so far.
Yeah, well, there's a bit
Whoa.
of holding.
Whoa, Claire did not pull the trigger on Hunter Catcher at all, right?
Wow,
That is
fascinating.
surprising.
Although the Norwegian move, I think we saw Claire read the board very well last time. I think this might be Claire reading the board well again and immediately going, Russia's already enormous. It's 1903, 8 centers picking up more. We need to do something about this Russia issue. But I will note that Clyde does support north into Eddy. So while Claire personally might not be dropping the hammer on Hunter, there is a hammer being dropped. And yeah.
Yeah, but why not just do both? Support the Germans in Edinburgh and take Liverpool. You don't care about the English. They've been helping the Russians.
So actually, I might have some insight into this. I think this is actually a thing of, there's a bit of a doctrine in Australia of that whole sensibility of getting too big too fast can make you a real target. I think Claire here on 6 is happy on 6. Well, 7 now. But yeah, taking 2, because I'm just noticing Belgium to Holland.
Yeah.
So I think actually taking 2 here, she's probably thinking that makes me look a little too big and scary. I've already got 3 builds in 01. I don't want to be any more of a target than I am. I want everyone to be looking at the target on the other side of the board, moving their units towards the target on the other side of the board. So I'm going to lead by example. Nao's going to Norwegian. I think that's probably what's going on.
And Burgundy to Gascony is a really very alliance move that you're making. I mean, theoretically, setting up another convoy is, yeah, that's what we were just talking about, Ed.
Yeah, good shout.
Yep, that's exactly what we were just talking about.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you're, I don't know what the relationship is with Germany. With the support, I would assume that it's probably, I mean, I'm assuming Holland was probably negotiated as a swap for Eddy. And that fleet will be so much more valuable for moving forward in this area of the board. And also, like, there's nobody else has armies. The only real army threat that you've got is from Russia. So this is a great position to make that swap for Claire.
It's a really good swap for Claire. I'm not sure it's a good swap for Christian.
I would also agree with that. But like if Christian, like, Christian might be happy though, just to be the forward edge like that. I could definitely see that. Yeah, if they keep working together.
We find out who England doesn't like here, and England is calmer about Russia, which you would expect because Russia has been helping them. So, good play. All right. Fleet Brest, disband, Fleet Albania. Starting to see a bit more development in Italy with another fleet. All right, David.
What we got here? Russians going into Armenia. All right, so we've got Justin now helping Liam into Turkish stuff. So Justin's sort of got things in hand. It looks like in the Balkans. He can count his blessings in the Balkans. Just more White Christmas references, people. Keep up. All right, England to Liverpool. Trying to look and see what the French are really doing here. Okay, the French, they really are doing the end around. So Barents, North Sea, did not do the convoy that Ed and I were expecting, but instead moves some fleets down to be defensive versus potential Italian fleets. Puts two armies into Ruhr and Burgundy. Now that's probably to help defend Munich is the theory. But we'll see if that theory is the actual theory here in the fall turn. There's no way to take Liverpool now. I just think that's interesting. I understand Justin is the actual threat, but it's just interesting to go around like this that Claire is doing. Unless the theory is that Claire's going to take Edinburgh here, maybe.
Or let Hunter take it back and follow through into Liverpool, which he could do, I suppose.
So Justin's saying in chat that they took their first draw vote this turn, fall of 1904. It would be a little bit early for most diplomacy games. I don't honestly think. I think there's a lot of people who wouldn't want to say yes for this one.
I agree. Starting with Claire, but that's not the only person.
Whew.
Wow.
All right.
Norway. Okay. I'm sorry. I was looking to see what else to say here. So the convoys, we got convoys everywhere. Romania to Ankara. That's a good one.
Wow.
Yeah. Trying to think what else. I mean, the fact that Claire's just gone around the English island entirely is just, I find that fascinating. Because Hunter is not on your side. I mean, Hunter's going to do things like go to English Channel and threaten Belgium and threaten Brest and that sort of thing. I mean, that's what's going to happen. So this is the downside of going around like this and going to try to take things like Norway, is that you just haven't cleaned up your own neighborhood before you moved on to the next one.
And I think it's interesting here. Probably I'm not going to be so bold as to say something to think about or a learning moment, but I do think there's one player on three centers will respond very differently to another player on three centers. Some players on three centers will say, "Hello, person who killed me. Please let me survive. I will work with you. I will do whatever you would like. Just let me survive. I want to have fun. Let me be the tip of the spear, etc." And then others on three centers are saying, "Well, this is the same as my starting center count. I've got everything to play for. And in fact, I will take the English Channel." Yeah, maybe a little bit more conversation and relationship building needed here before pushing forward.
England was invited. See, Claire, we appreciate that because it's hard for us to imagine looking at it from the outside in. That just seems, unless you're trying to get him out of position, I know we're going to find out what it means, but
I would not have read it that way. So that's why I'm always very grateful when we can have players either put it in dip chat, we can talk about it on air, or come back in the comments and let us know. It always does help us understand and get a little more context.
Because as we say in the country, that don't make no sense.
All right. Winner of 1904, take a look at those adjustments.
Army. Oh,
One
Turkey's.
army.
One army. That's the I'm going to build in two places, even though I can't.
Oh. I don't think I've ever seen that before depicted visually. There you go.
The Italian fleet makes perfect sense. So I think all of this really makes sense to me.
Yeah, and I'll pause here. We'll do who do you like in just a minute, but Liam is just hanging on there. This could be a really frustrating position to be as Italy sometimes. You have to be so patient in some games, and but if as Italy, that's one of its great strengths. Is it's right on the line. It can go lots of different directions, respond to the rest of the board. If you can just hold on and set yourself up. This point of the game, whenever someone starts resolving their theater and moving on, it can create opportunities. So don't count Liam out on this one. Zoe, go to you first. Who do you like to top this board?
I feel like you've just taken all the talking points I was going to give about Italy. I do think that I do think that an Italy on 6 here, like there's that sort of doctrine that's basically like, you know, Italy on 6 at this point in the game. Again, everything to play for, because I don't know, like once you as Italy get to 7 or 8, then all of a sudden you're a serious issue to everyone else on the board. I think Italy has a chance here. I'm going to say Italy. I'm going to say Italy because I'm interested to see who David favors out of the two current frontrunners.
You mean between Claire and Justin? Okay. Honestly, I think Claire's got this thing figured out. I can't see it, but I sense that Claire has this figured out diplomatically. I don't understand leaving Hunter alive, but it sounds like Claire's got a theory.
Yeah, I feel like Claire has had kind of the control of the flow of this game. Justin's, I feel like, gotten the position and has been the target. But again, when you look at the directionality and where those arrows moving, that is the direction it's been in. So I don't dislike that pick. All right, spring of 1905. We'll keep going. We've got one more game after this one. Don't want to luxuriate too much. Zoe, what are we looking at?
Sorry, I lost track of that. Didn't realize it was me. All right. So, right. All right. So Turkey and Austria. Austria is moving. Austria is going to Serbia out of Greece. I'm interested to know. I do like to see as they'd call it in Survivor, minority alliance. But I'm interested to know what the thinking is behind it. Is it just pester Italy and Russia? I mean, that's a choice that you can make. That's fine. I see. All right. So Claire is taking that fleet in Western Med personally, forcing it to retreat to Lyon, where it might have a shot at Marseille, but doesn't look particularly likely. Interestingly, Hunter is picking up Eddie. So not only is Hunter alive, Hunter is growing. I am really interested to find out what Claire's intentions are for Hunter and whether Hunter agrees with those intentions or has some of his own. So we have elsewhere just a couple of little taps on German centers from Russia. And a bit of shuffling around, and I buried the lead. Norway takes St. Pete. Norway takes St. Pete. And Christian Brown follows up into Norway from Norwegian rather than bouncing Hunter out of Eddie. I wonder if this was planned. North Sea currently empty as well. And England can support themselves in to North Sea if they want to next turn. I am feeling a bit nervous about some of the Claire's decision making now. Interested to see how this develops.
Yeah, what I can't tell is if Hunter was going to London because he was afraid Claire was going to snake it, or if this is still part of the deal. We're going to find out.
Mm-hmm.
Aurora, I support that. Go against the people who have wronged you. That is
Actually the quote
completely
of the
valid
night.
way.
Be a petty cockroach.
Yeah, I love that. Oh, okay. So London's gone back to the English Channel and not gone to North Sea. So clearly, okay, it's still still working. Maybe was England invited that time? Interesting. Italy's trying to make some ground against France. It's not really working, but I suppose at least cause a bit of distraction. Discombobulation is not a bad idea either. Serbia, so flips around. So
That's great.
I do love this, Aurora. This is great fun. You're kind of going, okay, now I've bothered Italy. Now I'm going to bother Turkey. And I mean, I guess you do kind of look at this and go, well, okay, Turkey's going down. I might as well partake in the spoils. So that makes sense. Justin tries to get St. Pete back. It does not work. And Hunter is, oh my God, building two.
He's leaving London to have a place to build. That's why he's leaving.
Oh my God. Okay. Okay. I'm sure there's a larger theory here at play.
Apparently there is.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Wonderful. We thought that the 7 Years' War games were chaotic. This is chaotic in a wholly different way. It's wonderful to see some theatre of the absurd. Wonderful, wonderful stuff.
So Brandon and I and Chris Kelly, especially when we were like trying to figure out scoring systems and stuff. One of the first of all, I don't like any scoring system to be honest. Go get dots, get bigger. That's my philosophy. You'll do well in all of them. But I do think there is something to this a little bit. You want to find like moments in diplomacy for me are interesting whenever you've got choices that are building tension. And that's what we're seeing here. So we've got Claire making these choices to ally that could pay off, like with Hunter, taking big risks. They could really pay off. You could get bigger and bigger, but every time that happens, the risk is getting bigger and bigger too. So it's building these two mutual supports of tension that I just find delicious. Like I love that aspect of the game. So cheers to the West for finding a way to work together, take those risks, and so far it's paying off for them. And will it last? That's the big question. All right, winner of 05, we've got 9 center Russia still on top, Claire following right behind with 8 centers, and Liam in Italy at 7. And don't look now, but we've got a 5 center England, definitely showing signs of life. This game has got some time to go still. We could have a lot of change yet to see.
France,
but we don't.
Wow.
We're not.
But we don't.
I'm trying to figure out how many more cartoon sounds I can make because I just don't understand what's happening in this game.
Oh my goodness. I think this was a good call for Claire to draw, considering that flexible fleet Liverpool build can go anywhere. It just all happens to be adjoining sea provinces that are usually France's. Wonderful. Yeah, I mean, very well played by Justin as well to keep that lead when everyone was against them. And Claire was really leading a charge on a coalition. It's very canny, clever play.
So Claire's saying that Hunter wanted 5 centers and then he would draw. Okay.
So, I mean, look, the tension was there. It got so big that the risk now, like, if we keep playing, will Hunter stay on side? We don't know. That's a pretty big risk. That's the reason why I could see maybe taking that as
If I'm
France
Justin, I take this draw every single
every
day of the
single
week.
time.
You know, if I'm Liam, I'm not sure I do. Although Liam said he was frustrated with the game, so maybe he was just ready to stop it. If I'm Claire, I think I take this draw because I really don't see how I keep Hunter under control. He's not just a Janissary now; he's like the Janissaries have revolted and taken over half of Constantinople. I mean that they're getting ready to install their own sultan. I mean, Janissaries are no longer under anybody's control. So
If I'm Claire, I
The
also do it
self-prophet. Yeah.
because this is my fourth game of diplomacy that I've played in over 24 hours. So, wow. And Aurora, I absolutely take it as well. So, yeah.
So what I'm hearing is that Claire is playing Tour of Britain tomorrow, is what I'm hearing, which is good to know. I mean, it's good to know that that's what's happening tomorrow.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Well,
What a time.
congratulations to Justin Lohr on the board top and to our players for a very entertaining game. And let's do it.
One of these days, Justin's going to figure out how to play the game. He's going to really be good at some point in the future. That Justin Lohr boy is on his way.
All right.
They nearly won Cane Toad, so you know.
That's true. Yeah.
David, we are going to bid you good night. You're welcome to join us at the end of the show if you'd like, but if you want to get some rest, I know it's late for you. And thank you as always. Definitely had a blast on this broadcast.
Y'all have a good night, and I really appreciated being on the broadcast with Zoe.
Oh, I appreciate being on with David and Ed and Brian.
The feeling's mutual, David.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it being on the broadcast with Zoe.
All right.
Oh, so shady.
Y'all have a good night.
Good night.
All right, Ed. We are going to do this one last time, but before we introduce our board, an interesting stat. This is VDL 246 Marseille. This is the last of the centers to be played. That means there have been 34 games played in VDL this season. So all the supply centers have been named. Congratulations, Virtual Diplomacy League, on hitting 34 games in September. So well done. All right, so here are our players. We've got one of the names for Ben Kelman. Did an update behind the scenes, got one name fixed, reverted back to the name I fixed, unfortunately.
Which one is he?
It's in England. So Ben Kelman is in Tuborg.
Oh, okay.
Yep, and then I also fixed Tukpat Toli. So gotta work on getting these.
Who's that?
That one is
David Samore, I think.
Yes, David Samore. That's it. Thank you. Yep. So with that being said, Zoe, do you want to introduce our players?
All right. So a few names unknown to me. So Seth in Austria, Mikel in France. Did we have Mikel play one game earlier tonight? That's right. Then a few names that are significantly more familiar to me. So Ben Kelman, as mentioned, in England, Josh Crowther, good mate in Germany, David Samore in Italy, Cody Green in Russia, and Manus Hand debuting in BDL in Turkey. And shout out has to go to Liam Bennett for some great negotiation there, getting Manus into BDL.
I have no idea how Cody and Manus are going to get along. I can't wait. But I have a feeling Manus, like, oh my God, I know he's like in IT, but still backstabber. We might see some misorders, Manus. It's okay.
For those living under a rock in the diplomacy hobby, Manus is one of the greats in this hobby, most known for, among many things, one of the leading organizers for the Armada, has organized one of the largest face-to-face in-person world champion, like by size of number of people, but most famous for the diplomacy pouch, which is how I got connected into the larger diplomacy hobby. So in some respect, Manus, you are responsible for the shenanigans we're going to see tonight, because they would not be on air if it hadn't been for the diplomacy pouch. So glad to see you playing. Thank you for everything you've done for the hobby. Now let's see how you do in a game.
Me or Ed?
It should be Ed.
Oh, okay. Supported move to Burgundy. Everything's standard in the West, which we haven't seen. And I'm going to go on a limb and say everything's standard in the East. And Manus plays, the old school opening. I expected nothing less.
These are all openings.
And they are standard for a reason.
They are. It is a hope to get Greece. He did not get Greece. And now he's facing, with the old school opening, the Trieste loan. Even though he does get into the Black Sea, he's got bigger fish to fry with the AI. In other news, England gets Belgium 2-2-2 for the West on builds. So we'll see how that shakes out.
What does Michaelis say about the Klaxons? Western triple. It does look triply. Whenever I see England getting supported into Belgium, I think, although there is a half-hearted Burgundy bounce. We shall see. All right. I would say this looks triply apart from the two fleets that England has just built, which are in London and Liverpool. Perhaps not so triply. Perhaps I am
England's
wrong.
not tripling, and no army, no fleets for Germany is another
Yeah,
clue.
maybe it's just an EG. Maybe it's just an EG. Alrighty. And we see David Smore lining up. This looks like it's going to be a nice AI. And 2 armies for Russia. Pretty standard. All right, Spring 02. Liverpool goes to North Atlantic. London goes to English Channel, though. We've got a bit of shuffling around. Seems like Mikel was not expecting those builds from England and is running those fleets around into position. We have Italy in Ion. Aegean is still there, still chilling. And already Turkey is getting tackled, though seemingly, no, it does. I was about to say perhaps Russia is helping, but I think it would be helping inadvertently rather than actively allying, given that Sev move. Elsewhere, it's looking very EG as we see Munich go to Burgundy. This is going to be a bit of a fly in the ointment for France, particularly with that Marseille shuffle. Yeah, ouch.
The typically correct play, if there's an EG, is to have an air. So the air, because that will immediately stop Germany. But there are air moves here, right? Which is Black Sea's getting cut so Austria can take Bulgaria. But then it's not fully an air because why is Warsaw and Galicia? They're not going against the line. St. Petersburg's backing up Moscow. So why is Cody cutting black? That's what I guess I don't understand the thought process right now. It may be revealed with the passage of time.
Yeah, Russia and Germany look friendly. Those holds are friendly holds. Certainly like non-aggression for now, at least. And that's probably part of the Warsaw Galicia. Maybe that's also part of it.
Yeah, compare that to the game we saw earlier where we had the air where the units were already up in Tyrolia, Bohemia, Silesia, Prussia, And
Yeah.
I think they might have even had a fleet in Baltic or something. It was crazy fast. Not
Yeah.
the game that we're watching tonight, which is good for us because we see something else. But I point that out for us to compare results.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Argy bargy. Sorry, Ed, for using the term argy bargy over
No
and over.
problem. I've learned
Um,
what it means now, so that's fine.
All right, there's argy bargy in the Balkans, but nothing particularly moves apart from Austria has supported Turkey into Aegean, which is certainly a bit of a switch up. Ion goes to Tunis. I don't think we called out that Tunis was not taken, but that's fairly standard when you've got a Trieste loan that Italy just builds the one and leaves Tunis. At least that position is still not too bad because when you've got Ion open and you can retreat there, that's nice. All right, and not a whole lot of movement in the West either. This is a surprisingly quite static turn. The only sort of actual movements, we've got Gascony going to Brest to cover. Nothing German moves. I'm very surprised there was no attempt on Marseille. Very surprised. Vienna goes to Budapest. Apulia goes to Venice. Moscow goes to St. Pete. It's very, very small movements and then a whole lot of red.
Usually from this position, you would see Germany go to Gascony because Brest is going to get covered and they wanted to support Picardy. We didn't see that. And as a result, you see this locked in units from Germany. It's good defense by France.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder what the conversations were like. That's very interesting. Also, yeah, nice. Yeah, very nice defense.
Yeah, welcome to the Virtual Diplomacy League, Michael, and glad to see. I hate it when we get brand new players to the league that have immediate people attacking, but sometimes you get something like this where you get to see some good defense and see how the game plays out. Something else, just going through chat. Manas saying that nobody talking until fall of 02 until like very end of moves, and said they're done with Russia. And so this looks like there's some coordination. I saw it with Austria. I wasn't expecting it with Italy though.
It's dangerous by Austria to be doing this, I think.
All right, winner vote 2. We get Fleet Naples.
But
Army.
Austria didn't like the move to Venice, and I think that's what caused this issue.
Yeah. All right, spring of 1903. Ed.
So we do have an AT here. Good job, Manus, with Turkey getting into Greece by, I'm positive, with consent. Looks like Italy's going to help against the AG. I'm guessing that's help. So maybe there is some cooperation, but there's no cooperation against Cody. I think A, I, and T are a little frustrated with Cody. Cody's got no troubles in the north. He moves down. He's going to play D for a while. And then in the west, oh, this is really good. Germany is in Marseille after our game name. That's pretty cool. And so the EG is making progress. And I note the sneaky little move to Tyrolia also. That's super interesting. In the fall, oh, I thought Tyrolia might cut Piedmont there. It didn't. And so Germany is no longer in Marseille. It's sort of like World War II, but really quickly. Then let's see. Germany that makes no progress, attempting to go for Vienna. All right. Cody plays defense, still going down one though, and Austria. I'm assuming it's agreed. Is in Trieste because Italy is helping Austria into Vienna.
Yeah, you'd have to assume that's agreed. So interesting though. Yeah, wow.
Why would that be agreed though?
Good question. I
can't
don't know that I have
build.
an insight there.
Well, I mean, they're trading Budapest for Trieste. I mean, it's not going down.
Mm,
I guess I don't know. If you're working together, I would have wanted.
We got to cover Trieste from the German army.
Yeah, but it's
Not
supported
shocking.
in.
No, I'm talking
mm.
about Trieste, Serbia to Trieste. If you don't
Oh,
move
yeah,
to
it's
Trieste, it
true.
just takes Trieste.
You
Like he's
can
got to cover it.
bounce.
Yeah, that's.
I don't know. It's not the worst thing in the world. We don't need to get hung up on it. It's just it would have been nice for if you're gonna do that, if you're allied, to be able to use the unit, but it's fine.
Mm.
All right.
All right.
Spring of 1904. Zoe, what are we looking at?
All right. So interesting. Interesting Italian fleet movements in the West and North Africa. We have England finally getting into mid-Atlantic. I wonder what the discussions were here. I'm interested to see. So it looks like the EG are still working together. So Norway supports Denmark into Sweden. Russia, it's kind of there's trading back and forth. So they're now in Romania. But that Romanian retreat to Ukraine with now nothing defending Warsaw. Oh my God, my blood would run cold as Russia in that moment. It's I think one of the things that makes the Balkans just so complicated. If you're not looking at your retreats, it's so dangerous to push someone out of a center. And Turkey is sort of making more of an advance on Russia as well. Not looking great for Russia here.
I don't have much except to say this is Cody's game playing, and like if you're Russia and you think it's an EGR, it's almost always just going to turn into an EG if you don't have anything up north. And I know Cody had to go south, but the air was the right move, Cody. Next time, I've played this Russian position before, and it sucks.
I've also just oh wow. Good for Cody that clearly he still has a friend in England, because that St. Pete's unprotected. A friend in England and a friend in Germany, because Germany walks out of Sweden.
They
Wow.
blew it up intentionally now. I think that's what happened to give them a rebuild. I think that I misread that.
Yeah, wow. There you go. That's, I mean, wow. Bury the lead, smart play. Meanwhile, England is in Western Med, normal, natural things. And there's just a little line of beached Italian fleets and then one in Tyrrhenian Sea. All right. There's nice progress from Turkey. So Armenia's gone to Sevastopol. Italy. Wow. Okay, Italy's taking Warsaw. And I'm so interested to know whether there were conversations about these Galicia, Ukraine, Moscow movements, because this is fascinating. Good for Austria to get back into Galicia if their ultimate goal is get all their home centers back. And nice to help Turkey advance a little bit as well, if that's the intention, which it could be by the looks.
I think Mikel needed a unit to go to Burgundy, and I don't think that. I mean, Marseille to Piedmont, I guess, but I think it would have been better in Burgundy.
I wonder if it's go on, Brian.
I don't know that I necessarily agree with the sentiment, but I've definitely said this before.
Me too.
Yeah.
All right. And out of all of that kerfuffle, Russia builds one, rebuilds one rather, and Turkey builds one. Wow, nice from Turkey to start profiting off all of that mess in the Balkans and the East in general. What a weird sort of arrangement.
David saying Galicia, Ukraine, Warsaw, Sev all agreed on between the AIT. Fascinating.
Well, that is beautiful then in that case, because that little dance of Galicia to Warsaw, Ukraine to Galicia, and then Sev goes to Moscow to cover from this terrible Austrian threat, allowing Turkey to walk into Sevastopol. Wow.
It's just classic
Beautiful.
air orders. All right, actually, let's pause here. This is a very interesting place to play Who Do You Like, because we have every power except for Russia at 5. So, who do you like, Ed?
Don't just like. I love Turkey. I think there's no other power you'd want to be with this setup. And AIT is naturally pro-Turkey. Even better with an Austria that has a lot of problems. That Serbia is an issue now with that. I mean, not enough supply centers to cover. He can do it all, but then there's a lot of problems. So Manis has to help by being in Bulgaria, Romania, all these things. So I love that position. And I would take it in a heartbeat.
So if not Turkey, then who?
Oh, I like Turkey. I mean, I wouldn't. This is gonna sound. I was about to say this is gonna sound funny, and then I look at it more closely. No, I wouldn't count out Ben in England from this position at all. I wouldn't at all. Particularly, you've got some ripe German dots there. I think if you're in Western Med, you can run interference on France if you want to quite effectively. They've got 2 fleets. You've got 3 around that area. You've technically got 4, but you've got 3 that can bother them. Yeah, I think England's got I think Turkey. It's hard to say anything against Turkey, but England would be my choice if not Turkey. And I will say here, a player on this board said 40 minutes ago, if you want chaos, look out for the next board. This is chaos. Thank you for the chaos, to the tune of ABBA's Thank You for the Music.
Hey, ABBA, life can't be too bad.
So we've got an ABBA and a Coca-Cola reference all in the same broadcast. This board state to me is screaming out for 2 witches and a Frenchman. Like, this seems like a really nice outer powers kind of unifying together to move inward. But I would say that Turkey would have the upper hand in that arrangement. And if that were the case, that would be the trick. How do you balance that? So we'll see. Spring of 05, what are we looking at, Ed?
I see Manis goes up 3. So not a bad start. Bulgaria, Romania, and Moscow with Italian help. So not bad.
Feeling good about
for Manis. I see Ben did not get 3. I was looking at the map.
I was about to say, you're feeling good about that Turkish pick.
It doesn't look like Ben did anything except lose Western Med.
Oh no!
Italy's helping France. That's good. Germany's in Venice. It looks like maybe Germany's going to attack England here,
or Germany just was afraid of England.
Germany's playing Germany like Italy now, I think, back and forth between East and West, betwixt and between. Austria does get Budapest back. Let's see if Manis walks out of Bulgaria, Romania. I wouldn't be shocked to see that if that happened, by the way. This might have just been to piff that Russian army, but don't do it, Manis. He did both. Wow. He leaves Ukraine and Bulgaria. It's the AIT is on. That's still great for Manis. He'll still build in Moscow, which is great.
And
go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, and this is a time that you can do this, that you can move around for position as well, because Austria can't build. So there's no sort of, immediate threat from leaving those centers red.
I have to think that this is the EG is sort of, I don't know if it ever was off, but this is, I'm getting Sweden, you take Belgium sort of thing. I think that's what's happening here. Which is going to be tough to be fighting France when we have a good three-way alliance in the East that usually is a recipe for disaster. They're probably begging Manus to stab.
Yeah, that's I'm interested in the Italian dynamics and what Italy thinks they're going to be doing in this Western mess, as opposed to Western med.
We got Michael promised Germany Venice in exchange for Belgium. Did not get Belgium. And then I'm really interested in who's supporting who. So North Africa is supporting Mid-Atlantic. So we've got England supporting Italy into Mid-Atlantic.
That is the dynamic. Okay, so they're in on the EG takedown of France, I suppose, maybe.
No. I think they're working together. I think France is the rat that in the West, right? The to break the line. I think that they're working together with France here, or maybe they weren't because of this trade with Venice that we just saw, but they might now. You might be right, Zoe. I don't know. I'm going back and forth on this.
It is chaos. Thank you for the chaos. Na, 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 na. 2 army builds for Germany. The 5 etc. has shifted a bit here. So Germany is currently leading on 7, and we've got a disband from Italy, 2 disbands from Russia. Russia is being quite taken apart, particularly with that English move to Sweden. And we've got another fleet for England. Wow. Yep. So as always, Italy is there to help, as we said earlier in the broadcast. Italy's there to help. The recipient of the help is sometimes not disclosed. It's often Italy themselves. In this case, it does appear to be Italy themselves taking those Iberian dots. If they'll be able to hold them, that will be the interesting question. But France has other fish to fry, by which I mean it's a fish and it's about to be fried because England is closing in and looking ripe for convoys. England and Germany are very happy with each other. No issues there. Germany is heading towards some of those eastern dots, clearly clocking that the AIT needs to be dealt with, but possibly not paying quite as much attention as they ought to what the A in that equation is doing around Tyrolia, which I would be nervous about if I were Germany in this position. And noticing as well that Ionian has been supported into Apulia. What could it mean? Will Germany hold Venice?
No. This is a significant year. Yeah, I know. I feel like the rest of development, he did not hold Venice. But this is a significant year for the AIT. Now, I mean, Venice, I agree. I mean, it can't help but fall, given this consideration. I'm a little surprised. I guess they're really worried that army in Apulia, but I wish Manus would have gone to Tyrrhenian there. But more importantly, Livonia. This is an issue now for the EGF. The Western Triple has a problem now because St. Petersburg's going to get taken here. Russia's gone, so that unit's going to be off the board. Ben's moving to Wales here because he's worried about it. English Channel, I guess, but a convoy to Norway would have been most appropriate at this point, because you don't want Turkey to get into Finland or Norway in 07.
Yeah, or even just moving Sweden up. Like it's
It's a big problem.
yeah,
It's a
it's
big
not
problem.
just St. Pete. It's all of Scandinavia is at risk right now.
When
And
I
you're
yeah,
focusing on France.
yeah, he realizes it now, but now the problem is Norway can't move to Finland. So Turkey's going to be in Finland, and that's really bad news for England.
Yeah, that's very unpleasant. Yeah, so with the Arrested Development, he did not hold Venice, and instead retreats to Tuscany, which is nice and annoying for Italy. And what else is happening? I mean, if you want to see who the best of friends are, it's who has units nowhere near each other, the AT. And France takes back their Iberian dot decisively. You shall not pass. Unfortunately, that does mean that that Ben has gotten into the Mid-Atlantic. Is that am I just having deja vu? Is that Ben's gotten into the Mid-Atlantic again? It is, isn't it? Because was there a fleet in Wes? Am I hallucinating now? I think I might be hallucinating. Ignore me. Interesting. I can see that England does seem to have, as noted, clocked the Turkish army threat, but again, might be too little too late. But that move to from Wales to London convoy, I would expect, hope, suggest. Yeah. And otherwise, just another stellar turn for the AIT. So even though Italy's gone down, the Iberian dot, they do have Venice back. So
the AIT has a fleet problem. I mean, I know Italy's going to build a fleet here, but they need two right now. So these Austrian and Turkish fleets got to get west quick.
Absolutely. And thank you
He
for
builds
playing
an army.
Cody.
Oh my God, Italy! You needed a fleet. Okay.
It was the psyops of the German army in Tuscany. Yeah, you can't get swayed like that just because you've got. I've definitely like had this before, like just gone, oh my God, there's this sort of unit near me here. I just need to focus on that. But that's exactly why Josh retreated to Tuscany, like to cause that sort of confusion with the builds, I think.
Okay, as we move to 1907, Turkey is in Finland, loses Livonia, so the Livonian army retreats to Moscow. That's not going to be so bad because Austria is now in Silesia, Bohemia, and Tyrolia. Everything's sort of moving to the line here. To me, the biggest question is if and when Manus will stab, because he's got the most centers in front of him. But he may not care to board top. I mean, he's already won everything.
But this is a new frontier, Ed. Come on. The glory is all for the taking.
Bold move. He really was worried about Livonia, so he took it back. But and he probably thought Norway would get covered there. But hindsight's 2020. I think he'd rather be in Norway. Let's see. Germany's just functionally stalemated from this position. Italy takes Marseille. That was really good. That was really, I mean, it was going to happen, but that was excellent. Somewhat surprised Mid-Atlantic isn't doing anything. It's not supporting Portugal to Spain, at least, or cutting Western Med or whatever it was going to do. But yeah, it's AIT. There's not really much. I mean, Ben can't dot Germany or France. Maybe he could do France, but he can't really do that.
So, and it's saying we had a draw call here. Always appreciate hearing that, I think that does add a little bit of perspective when we start seeing some of these adjustments. So this is that point of the game where people are going to not only be negotiating for, hey, how can I make a deal for an alliance, but also like, what is your condition for accepting a draw? Sometimes that can become even a bigger issue. Hey, some smaller powers okay with the draw, but only after they get 2 more centers or something like that. And then are you all going to work together to achieve that draw state that we all agree to, or is someone going to take advantage of it? That's more of that tension building, which is one of the best parts of this game. Winner of 1907, we've got Turkey in the lead. Really, it's way bigger a lead than the 7 centers that they appear on the board. We've got Germany, Austria, Italy at 6. We've got England at 5, and we've got France at 4. And we say farewell to Cody Green. Was
The
a
Iron Man.
game. Yep. Spring of 1908, Virtual Diplomacy League goes till it's time limited. So it can go, usually most games are 1910 if they're playing slow, 1909 if they're playing very fast, 1911, or I've even once seen it go to 1912. But most games 1910, so keep that in mind. We're probably heading in towards the very late stages of the game. Spring 1908.
All right. So we see England going, all right, let's deal with this Turkish. Let's deal with this Turkish lead now. No more faffing around. Let's put London in Norway. There's a lot of holding by Germany. I think that point that was made, I think I can't remember, Ed or Brian, one of you made the point that Germany was functionally stalemated from here. So the correct thing is support hold. And yeah, England's making the right call that, you know, we're not going to focus on French dots now. We need to, as long as we keep playing, France needs to be sort of the defensive force against the AIT in the south. So we can't have any French dots being taken. In fact, let's hope that we can get them back. There's a brace.
Three-way brace. Like,
yeah.
I don't know. It's yeah. So that was really
Three-way
good.
brace. Yeah, really good stuff. Good defense by France. And other than that, there's not a lot of movement. This sort of holding, as has been discussed in the chat, is very much, as has been discussed in the chat and previously, when you're holding in at this sort of a point in a game, what you're saying is, I don't see there's more to play for. And there's quite a few holds on the board.
For a draw. Yeah.
Marseille will fall here.
Yeah, it's got to. And it does. Lyon goes to Marseille. And there's actually no further serious forward progress against Turkey. I mean, I guess it wouldn't have worked. Ben is getting into position for a bit more of serious intervention. But I guess it just depends whether the draw goes through now. We understand that France vetoed so that they could get Marseille. Now that it's gone through, were they the only holdout, or was there someone else thinking there's actually more to play for here? I think we're probably about to find out.
Is there anyone else with something to play for here?
I mean, obviously Turkey, but would Turkey want to? We've already seen that no, not really, because you could have dropped the hammer on Austria here, but I completely understand if you're on top and you've worked really well with someone, why do you need to?
Yeah.
England can take St. Pete with German help, but that would only get him to 6. So I don't think it matters unless he's going to stab Germany or take Brest or Portugal here. But it sometimes happens in these time limited games at the end.
Yeah.
But Oh, wait's a little early. If this was 1 year later, I wouldn't be surprised to see Ben do that.
Yeah, I would agree. I think we draw here. It's going to be my expectation. If not, I think it would be England would probably have the biggest motivation, but we draw. So nice. Very different kind of game than we saw in the last one. I would say it was a little messier, is the word I would use. But what we saw is stability did kind of come together. People were able to kind of feel things out. It was very dynamic and entertaining, nevertheless. Ed, your game, what was the story of this one?
Cody Green, believe it or not. Cody's miscommunication, or he was miscommunicated with, but whatever. They weren't on the same page with this air thing. Had they been on the same page with the air thing, given Manis's misorder in fall 1901, they could have fought the EG, and and the game outcome would have been different. But there was a lot of mistrust between ANI and R after that, after Cody moves to Galicia. So they turned to another person. The AI turned to Manis, and they worked really well with Manis, and Manis was a kind dictator. He did not go for the highest board top he could get, and he didn't need to. So he had a light touch, but he deserved the win.
Yeah, that was beautiful. I saw Manus saying in the chat that he owed ANI his life. He wasn't going to stab them. And I think, as much as anything else, maybe that's the story of the game. If you owe people your life, you don't stab them. And also just the advantage that it can be. We see a lot of airs. We see them for a reason. They're quick, effective, brutal. People get dots. The East gets sorted out. But if you as ANI decide to flip the other way and go, hey, Turkey, I see that you're getting piled on. What if we did something different? That can actually really benefit you diplomatically. And yeah.
I need to remember that one. I also want to shout out Michael. He had constant pressure most of this.
That guy
And
ends on. That's really good for. I mean, ends on 5 after an EG that was clicking.
Yeah, and EG, and that's like those are two players who know what they're doing too. This is not an EG with players that are just kind of figuring things out. So, yeah, well done, and I will say thank you to them and to all of our players as always. Really, really fun games tonight. Really, really fun broadcast. I hope you all enjoyed it as much as I did. If you did like it, please, we'll do the YouTube thing. Like and subscribe, share with your friends, post in the comments. All of those things do help boost the algorithm. Also, just watching the video. They've made some changes to the algorithm. Nothing is actually more important than that. So for those of you that are watching, thank you for that as well. Ed, Zoe, I had an absolute blast. This was so much fun. Anything either of y'all would like to say before we drop?
Viva la chaos. Viva la chaos. Love to see a chaotic board and see who rises from the muck like a lotus to take that board top, and doing it in such a diversity of ways as well. It was a really great night. Thank you so much, Brian, for hosting, and great to be with you, Ed, as always. And David.
I so much more enjoy doing VDL and the other feature games than I like covering the tournaments, because I smell the enthusiasm that runs through these games, and we saw that tonight with the chaos, and it was great, and it brings me back to my roots.
Yeah, when I decided to split with the Game Day Live and break out to have League Night be its own show, that's very much the spirit. My favorite way to play diplomacy is league and club diplomacy. You get the competition, which I think is very important. I like the structure of the league, but I also like it when it's a little more casual. You've got players that are coming in and just exploring and enjoying and learning, and you get that new player energy. Again, our club kind of rebuilding a little bit. I'm seeing that once again, and this time it's not me and Brandon that are the new people. We've got a whole new crew coming in. You see that in Australia, you see that in Europe. That energy is what helps motivate and build community, and I'm grateful to be part of it. So thank you both. Thank you all for watching. And Zoe, you want to close us out tonight?
Sure can. For all those watching at home, stay safe and stab well.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.